Chapter 1215, Nightmare Beast Tide. Chapter 1215, Nightmare Beast Tide. The 100 million large nightmare beast tide surged forwards like a rolling tsunami. Once it arrived, it would likely even submerge the entirety of True Martial City. Even for Lin Ming, if he were to be caught in this endless beast tide, he would die without any hope of living. It had to be known that within this beast tide there were extremely powerful mutated nightmare beasts, equal to top 20 to 30 ranked masters of a great world. It wasn't a problem for Lin Ming to kill 4 or 5 of these super mutated nightmare beasts. But, if he were to face hundreds or even thousands of them, then it would be extremely difficult to escape. There was no need to mention other martial artists. This first martial meeting is extremely brutal, especially this last round of eliminations. Lin Ming only explored the distribution of the beast tide for a brief moment. Then, without much hesitation, he immediately turned and fled. Staying here would only mean death. The beast tide rolled forwards at an incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye it was 200 to 300 miles away from True Martial City. With the keen eyesight of a martial artist, they could already make out just what these surging dark clouds were. Endless and infinite bloodbirds, flying pythons, 4-clawed griffin beasts, winged black tigers, metal-armored rhinos, raging mammoths, monstrous wolves, the variety and number of nightmare beasts was near impossible to count. Heavens! What is that? Nightmare beast! A tide of nightmare beast! As the many martial artists of True Martial City saw this terrifying beast tide, all of them were shocked. How could any human even hope to defend against such a beast tide? In the first 2 rounds of eliminations it had been participants hunting and killing nightmare beasts. But now, it seemed that the nightmare beasts would counterattack the city, swallowing up every participant they could. Flee. This is madness. Will all of True Martial City be destroyed? Facing the siege of such a beast tide, there was not a single martial artist who thought of staying. Even the core disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands immediately fled. If they stayed here, there would be death awaiting them. The majority of the beast tide came surging forth from the south, east, and west. The only path that the martial artists of the city could escape to was the north. Thus, every single martial artist instantly turned to the north and flew as fast as they could. And the area north of True Martial City wasn't safe either. There was a massive number of strange birds and flying lizards that blanketed the skies. It seems as if Empyrean Divine Dream wants to simulate an extremely harsh and dangerous living environment. Is this to temper the powerhouses here? Lin Ming looked at the mass of flying nightmare beasts in front of him. The leader of these nightmare beasts was extremely powerful, equal to a peak genius from an ordinary holy land. With these nightmare beasts grouped together, Lin Ming felt that not even 1 out of every 1,000 martial artists would be able to break out of here. In this way, the 3rd round of the preliminaries was especially prepared for the highest level of participants. Ordinary martial artists that couldn't pass through the eliminations wouldn't even have the strength to survive in this world. Only those that had the qualifications to pass the preliminaries would be able to live in the face of such a monstrous surge. Law of Annihilation, Chain of Stars. Lin Ming swept out his spear. The fire laws and space laws fused together and countless star fragments shot forwards like innumerable knives. The dozens of nightmare beasts in front of Lin Ming were ripped apart by these knives, completely torn to pieces. Blood and flesh rained to the ground even as it turned to dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. These nightmare beasts had more merit points than the nightmare beasts of the 2nd round of eliminations. However, a weaker martial artist would barely be able to remain alive in the face of such a nightmare beast, much less think of taking its merit points. All of these thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. The spear in his hand danced like a swimming snake. Wherever it went, nightmare beasts would burst apart in gory deaths. That person, he killed over 100 nightmare beasts with 3 spear strikes. Too fierce. Who is he, Millimeter? That's Lin Ming. He's the monstrous genius that defeated Wu Final Cloud. Let's follow him. Within the fleeing crowd, many people recognized Lin Ming and began moving closer towards him. Lin Ming didn't mind these people following him, but he wouldn't bother saving them either. He was flying at an extremely fast pace. As to whether or not they could keep up with him, that all depended on them. With the Phoenix Blood Spear leading the way, massive numbers of nightmare beast corpses would fall down all around Lin Ming. As these corpses fell halfway to the ground, they turned into dreamland energy that flowed into Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was fighting as he flew, his speed still far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Many people were unable to follow him. Once they fell behind, they were swallowed up by the waves of flying nightmare beast. Their miserable screams lingered in the air. As the participants looked at the massive number of casualties occurring around them as well as the endless black tide that submerged the entirety of True Martial City behind them, all of them felt their hearts turn cold. If True Martial City was now swamped underneath a sea of nightmare beasts, then how would they revive once they died? Would it be in some strange place outside of True Martial City? But there was no longer time to think about such things. The painful screams echoing out from behind them reminded them all that if they were only a single step slow, all that would be waiting for them was death and despair. Lin Ming madly rushed 1,000 miles north, killing thousands of nightmare beasts on the way. In just this time alone he had gathered more than 1,000,000 merit points. Behind him, several hundred masters were following closely. There were many individuals in this group that were extremely strong and they cut down all the nightmare beasts in their way. Although they were far weaker than Lin Ming, with this group added together, the number of nightmare beasts they killed surpassed Lin Ming. And at this moment, in the distant skies, mixed within a flock of bloodbirds, a group of 3 purple monster birds shot towards Lin Ming. These monster birds had a human face, 4 arms, and wings like a bat. Shit! Those are mutated nightmare beast. Several martial artists cried out. Mutated nightmare beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Although these human-faced bats in front of them were only the weakest of mutated nightmare beasts, it was still difficult to withstand the pressure of 3 of them suddenly appearing together. Especially with a beast tide chasing them from behind, if they were delayed just a little bit then they would be sucked into that roiling beast tide. Be careful. Some martial artists cried out. But, as Lin Ming saw these 3 mutated nightmare beasts he didn't care at all. His spear came sweeping out the same as before. Kyla. An electric purple light cut through the skies. These 3 mutated nightmare beasts were split in half by Lin Ming's spear light, their torn flesh and shattered bones falling down from the skies. This is. Several martial artists felt their mouths fall open. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extremely strong, they hadn't personally experienced how freakishly strong he actually was. Although they had seen Lin Ming fight Wu Final Cloud and defeat him, they had no idea just how strong Wu Final Cloud had been either. But now, they had personally experienced mutated nightmare beasts like these before them. In order to take down a mutated nightmare beast, they would often need to band together in a group and lay an ambush in advance. They would have to combine various array formations, join their attacks together, and perfectly act in unison to kill one. And yet, Lin Ming had used a single spear strike to kill 3 of these monstrous birds. This sort of disparity in strength was simply indescribable. They were all killed like that, too strong. It's hard to imagine he is only at the early Divine Sea realm. The several martial artists didn't have any time to think of this further. All of them followed Lin Ming as closely as they could. If they fell behind, they were dead. And at this time, the crowds of nightmare beasts slowly became sparser. They arrived at a strange and quiet canyon. In the Divine Realm, there were far too many of these remote canyons and mountain ranges. 3,000 miles north of True Martial City is the White Crag Mountain Range. We should be somewhere near there. A martial artist that was familiar with the environment around True Martial City said. It wasn't just them, but many other surviving martial artists had arrived here. They came in groups of participants that were led by a top powerhouse, otherwise the casualties would have been even more serious. We need to hurry up and rest. Who knows when that tide of nightmare beasts will reach here? Yes, and any place where martial artists are gathered is also not safe. This White Crag Mountain Range has an extremely complex terrain. It's likely that someone will decide to start killing others here. Several martial artists said. Then, dozens of miles away from them, screams suddenly rang out in the air, followed by the sounds of energy explosions, as if purposefully confirming their suspicions. A fierce and wild roar resounded through the world. This terrifying sound caused one's scalp to tingle and their heart to skip a beat. What is that? All of the martial artists were nervous. Even Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a somber light. Bang! With a loud rumbling sound, the stretch of mountain range in front of these people completely exploded. The earth ruptured and countless towering trees were instantly burnt to ash. In the horrifying shockwave of energy, a red-furred monster leapt high into the air. And in front of it, 4 martial artists were caught on its long crimson-scaled tail. 3 of these martial artists were pierced through the heart by the sharp tail, with blood spraying into the air. As for the last martial artist, he was using a saber to block the deadly tail, wanting to break free from its grip. At this time, the red-furred monster slashed out. Its sharp claws struck the head of that martial artist. The martial artist's body shook and then his skull blew up into pieces, bits of brain and fluid raining down. Then, the red-furred monster waved its claw again and again. The other 4 martial artists were all split in half. It had only taken an instant to kill 4 people. Heavens! Beside Lin Ming, a participant looked up at this scene playing out in the skies, his eyes filled with panic and dread. That martial artist with the saber is Dong Bishu, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands. He is a ruthless character ranked 12 or 13 on the true martial Great World. But even someone like him was slaughtered like a dog or chicken. It was a well-known rumor that the red-furred monster had killed Wu Zhanfeng, the 7th-ranked master of the true martial Great World. But in most people's minds, the red-furred monster should have killed Wu Zhanfeng after an extremely fierce and arduous battle. The difference in strength between the two shouldn't have been too ridiculous. But now, as they saw the red-furred monster kill the highly ranked Dong Bishu the same as it did the other 3 martial artists, all of them felt their hairs stand on end. This red-furred demon, just what kind of existence was it? While the red-furred monster's attention isn't on us, let's hurry up and run, a martial artist hurriedly said with a true essence sound transmission. There's no way we can escape. The moment we start to flee, it will definitely notice us. With its speed, even if we all run in separate directions, it will still kill all of us. Our only choice is to restrain our auras as much as we can and move a few dozen miles away from here. Perhaps it might ignore us then. That's the best chance we have. Fleeing meant certain death, and not fleeing meant they might somehow wriggle their way out of this. But the reality was that they were in a hopeless situation. They simply had no other choice. At this time, Lin Ming was staring at the red-furred monster, his eyes shining. In the field of his divine dream vision, Lin Ming could see that this red-furred monster was completely composed of rainbow-like lights, and there was something quite special about it. This dreamland energy in its body wasn't considered too great, but it was vigorous and boundless. Lin Ming wanted to obtain it from the depths of his heart. What secrets does this monster have on its body? Lin Ming thought to himself, one hand tracing the phoenix blood spear. Chapter 1216, Red-Furred Monster's Evolution. Chapter 1216, Red-Furred Monster's Evolution. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the red-furred monster. This red-furred monster was around 10 feet tall and the hairs all over its body were as sharp and shiny as steel needles. Its chest, neck, and back were completely covered with thick black scales. Its body was grandiose, its claws sharp and fierce, and there was a thin and long tail that extended from its back. This tail seemed to have joints in it just like an iron whip, and on the end of this tail there was a long spike. This spike shined with a cold light. Just a moment ago, this spike had pierced through the hearts of 3 martial artists. At this time, Lin Ming saw the red-furred monster stretch out its claw and take a purple crystal from Dong Bishu's tattered corpse. This crystal had something like a small red snake sealed within it. The tiny red snake fluttered about, twisting within the purple crystal just like a living creature. As Lin Ming saw this purple crystal, his eyes grew even brighter. This was... Lin Ming's eyes shot open. Although this was the first time he had seen this crystal, he felt a very special connection to it, as if this crystal was a part of his soul. Lin Ming released his senses and locked onto that crystal. In the sensor map of his mind, he could see all the surrounding dreamland energy turn into countless masses of colored light. The dreamland laws were able to divide into 7 colored lines, and as for that purple crystal, its energy signature looked just like a little purple baby. It had clear facial features, smooth and soft skin, and looked extremely cute and lovable. This purple crystal seems to have a life of its own, Lin Ming immediately thought. With his current understanding into the dreamland laws, he was able to see that there was something beyond extraordinary within this purple crystal. He had a faint feeling that if he could obtain this purple crystal, it would be an immeasurable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law. And as Lin Ming was thinking this, that red-furred monster actually swallowed up the purple crystal at a speed that no one could respond to. After the purple crystal entered the red-furred monster's body, it completely melted down, fusing into its soul. The red-furred monster growled a comfortable roar and its body began to emit crackling sounds. The armored bone scales on its body grew thicker and stronger, its tail elongated, and its muscles bulged outwards. Afterwards, 2 meat sacks began to pop up from its back. The red-furred monster cried out, writhing as if it were withstanding a tremendous amount of pain. It gathered all of its strength and emitted a guttural roar. Then, those 2 meat sacks on its back burst apart in a shower of green goo, and from this green goo a pair of meat-covered bones shot out. The bones then spread apart, revealing a wide set of blood-red wings, just like the wings of a vampire bat. This red-furred monster had actually formed wings. It was clear that the reason was that it had eaten that purple crystal, thus the red-furred monster had evolved. As Lin Ming saw this, he gripped the phoenix blood spear and began to circulate the true essence within him. That purple crystal definitely had an inestimable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law, and that red-furred monster had eaten it. The red-furred monster had some slight differences from ordinary nightmare beasts, but in the end it was merely a monster formed within the divine dream space. If he were to kill it, he could obtain its dreamland energy, and that purple crystal's energy would also be contained within this dreamland energy. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. With his own sense and ability to feel the divine dream law, he analyzed the dreamland energy and dreamland laws within that red-furred monster. He could feel that this red-furred monster had swallowed more than 1 purple crystal. As the participants were slaughtering each other for merit points, this red-furred monster had silently and unknowingly collected purple crystals, swallowing each and every one it could find. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt it a bit incredible. What was this red-furred monster? Was it some creature made by Empyrean divine dream? How come he could feel that this red-furred monster seemed to have its own thoughts and will? He was nearly about to attack, when at this moment there was a loud ringing explosion from the distance. A blazing gold light shot through the skies and a white-robed youth shot through the horizon like a fiery meteor. This youth was not some nobody, but the number 1 disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. Whoosh, whoosh. Following close behind Wu Final Cloud were 2 core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands. They were both top 10 ranked characters of the true martial Holy Lands, and their strength was in no way weaker than high dragons. As Wu Final Cloud saw this red-furred beast, a thick killing intent glinted in his eyes. "I've finally caught you. You damned monster. You killed my true martial Holy Lands core disciple Wu Zhanfeng, and now you've even killed my junior apprentice brother Dong Bishu. You've run wild and out of control for all this time, and now today I will have you pay the price for all that you've done. Killing you is also considered as cleansing evil from this true martial great world." Wu Final Cloud took out the great blood sword from his spatial ring. He certainly knew just how terrifying this red-furred monster was. Facing this beast, Wu Final Cloud had no intentions of starting off slow. He immediately took out his greatest weapon from the start. And at this moment, the red-furred monster let out a diabolical roar as it launched its thin and transparent blood-soaked wings and hurtled straight towards Wu Final Cloud. This red-furred monster originally had a terrifying strength and horrifying degree of defensive power. And now after having swallowed that purple crystal, its speed had risen to the limit. Too fast. So fast that no one was able to react. Wu Final Cloud's pupils shrank. He instantly began revolving his transcendent divine might, the heavenly demon metamorphic art. With his strength crazily rising by several times, Wu Final Cloud shouted out loud and smashed his great blood sword at that red-furred monster. Dang! With a ringing explosion, Wu Final Cloud's great blood sword was caught single-handedly within the claw of that red-furred monster. The thick sword edge was caught in its claw, unmovable, just like it was stuck in divine iron. Wu Final Cloud's complexion changed. How could this thing be so strong? In that strike just now, he felt a strong jolt of pain shoot up his arm and his hand nearly went numb with paralysis. This monster's strength was even higher than that of Lin Ming. And as for speed, it was no worse than Dragon Fang. What in the world was this red-furred monster? Was it a nightmare beast? How could Empyrean Divine Dream think of creating such a powerful nightmare beast? If even he couldn't defeat it, how many people were able to kill it? Nightmare beasts were originally formed for participants to kill so they could gather merit points. If there was a nightmare beast that no one could kill, and that would instead kill everyone on sight, then wouldn't these preliminaries simply lose all significance? All of these thoughts flashed through Wu Final Cloud's mind. At this time, he felt himself being pushed backwards, constantly being forced to retreat as he nearly lost control of the Great Blood Sword. And at this time, from behind Wu Final Cloud, the two core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands jointly attacked the red-furred monster from both sides. Of the two martial artists, one used a long sword and the other used a thick saber. As they saw Wu Final Cloud being pushed back, both of them responded with a counterattack. "Be careful," Wu Final Cloud shouted out. But it was too late. The red-furred monster roared and its tail slashed forth like a sentient whip. Shio! A sharp sound filled the air, as if space was being torn apart. Attack together. Cut apart its tail. These two people were not idiots. They could also feel how terrifying the red-furred monster was. With sword and saber, they cut down on this iron tail. Ding! The two weapons intersected with the hard tail. The two martial artists felt their hands go numb as they nearly lost control of the weapons in their hands. The frailer sword let out a keening cry, as if it would snap apart if the force was any greater. As for that iron tail, not only was it not injured at all by the sword and saber, but because of its absurdly fast speed, the end of the tail flew past the two weapons and shot directly towards one of the disciples' hearts. That disciple's pupils contracted. He stormed backwards, wanting to avoid this strike. However, the speed of that tail was far too fast. That disciple barely managed to avoid having his heart pierced through. That sharp thorn pierced through the disciple's protective true essence like it was paper and then penetrated through his body, passing right through his shoulder. The disciple stuffily coughed. Before he even had time to respond, there was another light sound as the tail retracted. That disciple's entire left shoulder, included his collarbone and muscles, was all twisted off by that tail. With half his body covered in blood, the disciple cried out in pain, his face turning bone white. Fourth junior apprentice brother. A raging anger blew up in Wu Final Cloud's heart. He shouted out loud as all the joints in his body emitted great exploding sounds. His body grew and his muscles popped outwards as he activated the heavenly demon metamorphic art to the limit. Pang! Wu Final Cloud used all of his strength and forcefully pulled out his sword from the grip of the red-furred monster. Then, he cut down on its head. Sword shattering the universe. This was Wu Final Cloud's strongest attack. However, this red-furred monster didn't seem to care at all. It thrust out its claws, one claw towards Wu Final Cloud's heavy sword and the other claw reaching towards his throat. As Wu Final Cloud saw the brutal and savage counterattack of the red-furred monster, his complexion became beastly. He put forth his full force and continued cutting down with his sword as before. Clang! The great sword smashed into the claw of the red-furred monster and a loud ringing sound filled the air, as if that great sword had struck a metal rock. The red-furred monster's scales were chopped to pieces by the force, but at this time, that red-furred monster's other claw approached Wu Final Cloud. This claw came swinging out. It was no longer possible for Wu Final Cloud to retreat. At this time, a thick golden barrier suddenly appeared around him. This was the metal laws that Wu Final Cloud had comprehended, the true martial body barrier art. When he fought with Lin Ming, he had used the brief instant when the shield shattered to barely defend against Lin Ming's 100-layered waves. And now, this attack coming at him was clearly stronger. Catcher! The red-furred monster's claw bluntly crashed into the golden barrier. The incomparably solid golden barrier shook for an instant before it was immediately ripped apart by the red-furred monster. Puff! After this claw tore through the barrier, It ruthlessly slashed Wu Finalcloud's left shoulder. Wu Finalcloud's body shook as he was sent flying backwards. His left shoulder had nearly been torn off. How could this thing be so strong? Wu Finalcloud's lips trembled. His arm was hanging uselessly at his side. It was simply impossible to use any strength with it. As for the martial artists around the White Crag mountain range, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Wu Finalcloud had lost to Lin Ming and it was rumored that his strength was inferior to Dragon Fang's, he was still an undoubtedly strong top master. Even so, he had been defeated in just a few moves. Just what was that red-furred monster? Chapter 1217, Soul Life. Chapter 1217, Soul Life. After the red-furred monster heavily injured Wu Finalcloud, it roared and continued rushing towards him. It raised its sharp claws. As long as these claws struck him, Wu Finalcloud would likely be split in half. In this crucial moment, Wu Finalcloud completely tore off his right arm. He forcefully pinched it and the entire arm exploded into a shower of blood. Demon body mutilation. Wu Finalcloud's face was fierce and grim. His body absorbed all of this blood rain and the blood-colored scales began to appear over his body. In this instant, Wu Finalcloud's aura suddenly shot upwards. His strength also doubled from before. He was even more powerful than the time when he had fought Lin Ming. What ability is this? He can actually absorb his own flesh and blood to enhance his strength to the limit. It's definitely a demonic path cultivation method. The heavenly demon metamorphic art is also from the demonic path. The true martial world king should have obtained the inheritance of some ancient demonic supreme elder. This move will consume a considerable amount of blood vitality. When Wu Finalcloud battled Lin Ming, he didn't use this move from the start, and after he used up too much energy in the protracted battle, it was already too late to do so. If Wu Finalcloud had used this technique from the beginning of when he fought Lin Ming, then perhaps that battle might have turned out differently. All of the surrounding martial artists rapidly discussed with true essence sound transmissions. This was Wu Finalcloud's ultimate move, to explode a part of his body and overdraw the absolute limits of his combat potential. This was not something that he would use in a normal martial arts battle. Otherwise, even if he won, he would suffer lasting effects and it would be shameful to do so. As Wu Finalcloud saw this red-furred monster approach him with his own eyes, he shouted out loud, grasped the great blood sword and then violently chopped down. Catcher! The great blood sword violently collided with the red-furred monster's two claws. The red-furred monster finally cried out in pain as its body was smashed backwards by the great blood sword. As for Wu Finalcloud, he was also sent hurtling backwards like a meteor. The brutal collision had caused all the bones in his sole remaining arm to completely shatter and even the great blood sword was sent spinning away. Wu Finalcloud coughed up gobs and gobs of blood. He had completely exhausted all of his strength. Every single technique in his arsenal had been used. As for that red-furred monster, although it had been forced back, its claws blooded, and its skin split open, for a creature with such a powerful life force, these were only small wounds. Its defensive power was terrifying to the point of leaving one gasping in despair. It was able to use its bare hands to block a medium-grade spirit artifact. Moreover, this medium-grade spirit artifact was the one used by the #1 genius of a great world king Holy Land. Even though Wu Finalcloud had used the entirety of his strength, even burning his blood essence to fight, he still wasn't able to harm the red-furred monster in any significant manner. As the martial artists saw this, all of them had determined that Wu Finalcloud would lose. They didn't want to be affected by his calamity and were all preparing to escape. The landscape around the White Crag mountain range was extremely complex, with hidden roads everywhere. With tens of thousands of martial artists all fleeing in separate directions, the red-furred monster wouldn't be able to kill them all no matter how powerful it was. The red-furred monster quickly stabilized itself as it came to a screeching halt. It turned towards Wu Finalcloud, wanting to thoroughly kill off this human martial artist that had dared to challenge its dignity, when at this time its mind began to ring with overwhelmingly loud warning signal. It turned its head to see that just several miles away, a blue-clothed youth was hurtling towards it, a red spear in his hand. This blue-clothed youth had a red mark shining from between his eyebrows. His entire body was covered in layers of flames and arcs of thunder, his speed faster than a falling meteor. In all the hidden valleys and caves and fields around the White Crag mountain range, every martial artist saw this blue-clothed youth. "It's Lin Ming," someone cried out in alarm. This red-furred monster's strength was already clear to all present. Taking a look at the entirety of the true martial great world, only Lin Ming would dare to attack at this time. He's mad. The strong are bold. Even if it was Lin Ming, the martial artists present still didn't favor him winning. No one knew just where the true limits of the red-furred monster's strength lay. But even disregarding that, just the strength that the red-furred monster had revealed so far was enough to leave them all despondent. In everyone's opinion, when Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud fought, the difference between them wasn't too great. If he wanted to defeat the red-furred monster, the chances weren't too high. Lin Ming flew forth at an increasingly fast speed. He opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, released the heretical god force, and even burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. With spear and man as one, he split through the skies like a divine messenger, all of his terrifying strength completely erupting together. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100-layered waves. The red-furred monster roared out again. It didn't change its tactics, it stretched out its claws and slashed at Lin Ming. Even though this attack seemed extremely simple, no one thought it was simple at all. Even a top 10 ranked master of a great world would be instantly killed by such a strike. The same attack had been used against Wu Final Cloud before, but now it had changed to Lin Ming. Everyone's eyes widened until they were as round as full moons. Catcher! The phoenix blood spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his hands shake as a fierce shaking strength transmitted up the phoenix blood spear and spread into his organs, his limbs, and his bones, causing his blood vitality to tumble and all the energy to chaotically rage around within him. Lin Ming knew that although this seemed like a simple claw attack, the truth was that it contained the power of laws within it. The reason that those masters were all killed or sent flying back by this claw attack was not just because of the impact force but because of the laws contained within it. However, Lin Ming's 100-layered waves wasn't simple either. 100 million jins of strength were completely poured into the phoenix blood spear. The striking power of his attack had reached unimaginable levels. Moreover, such an attack was like the endless tides of the sea, coming in wave after wave, stretching to infinity. Bang! Energy detonated. In this brief collision, Lin Ming and the red-furred monster were both forced backwards. Lin Ming felt blood tumble within his body and his hand went slightly numb. As for that red-furred monster, its skin had broken and it was oozing thick red blood. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster's bleeding wounds, his eyes sharpened. What a freakishly high defensive power! Out of all the opponents Lin Ming had faced so far, this red-furred monster had the highest and most terrifying defensive power he had seen. Its defensive power was even far greater than Lin Ming's. It was like a child god beast. This monster is quite troublesome. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a solemn light. In a situation where he had used the 100-layered waves in his peak state, he still hadn't been able to seriously injure it. Lin Ming's attack didn't have any effect at all. That attack just now was the one that Lin Ming used to defeat Wu Final Cloud, but now he couldn't even seriously injure the red-furred monster. Moreover, that monster only hastily counterattacked just now and didn't truly collide with Lin Ming. If the two engage in a brutal melee, he most likely won't be able to bear it. I'm afraid that even Lin Ming is hopeless here. Dragon Fang? Where is Dragon Fang? If Lin Ming joined together with Dragon Fang, then perhaps the two of them might be able to do it. In this situation, the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range naturally thought of Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang was an extremely mysterious individual. His background was an enigma and so was his strength. But recently, Lin Ming was able to slowly deduce that the number 1 merit point ranked master of the true martial great world was Dragon Fang. Thus, most people imagined that Dragon Fang and Lin Ming were close in strength. In the skies, Lin Ming looked at the red-furred monster and the red-furred monster also looked at Lin Ming. Its ghostly green eyes glimmered with light, its pupils as tiny as needle tips and its vision sharp enough to pierce through someone. And several miles away, Wu Final Cloud was lying in a heap of rubble, his entire body drenched with blood. With his left arm shattered and his right arm torn off, he had lost all combat strength. As Wu Final Cloud looked at Lin Ming hovering high in the sky, his look was extremely complex. The truth was that the reason Wu Final Cloud attacked the red-furred beast was because the red-furred beast had killed his junior apprentice brother in front of everyone. With so many other true martial Holy Land disciples present, and also as their elder senior apprentice brother, it was impossible for him not to make an appearance. Thus, he recklessly rushed forwards even though he knew that the red-furred monster was extremely difficult to deal with. But Lin Ming was different. He could have fled this area, but he didn't. Instead, he showed up like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, all for the thrill of the battle. He actually dares to rush toward such a ridiculously powerful monster. What a lunatic. If he used the limit of his strength when he fought with me, then he'll lose. Wu Final Cloud thought to himself. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. At this time, besides the true martial Great World, on every other Great World in the Divine Realm, monsters that were just as powerful as the red-furred monster had appeared. In front of them, even the top-ranked master of that Great World would find themselves hard-pressed to survive. As for other ordinary martial artists, they were even less worthy of mentioning. They would be killed in an instant. Such a monster already far surpassed the level of a descendant from a Great World King Holy Land. Their existences were not meant for the preliminaries, but aimed at the peak talents of the entire Divine Realm. High Master Divine Dream's methods are truly wonderful. First are the beast tides to attack the cities and then the appearance of these monsters, all in order to simulate a brutal and cruel world. For those weaker participants, even living a single day is a luxury. In Divine Dream Palace, a white-clothed youth with a sword over his shoulder casually commented. From his side, Frost Dream calmly said, "Only such a brutal environment can temper a person." That's right, this is how we grow. Many common people or martial artists of ordinary Holy Lands think that us Empyrean descendants enjoy incomparably wonderful and superior conditions when we are born. They think our lives are easy because we can study the best inheritances and also easily become world kings in the future. But, the truth they don't know is that on our road as we grow up, we have to face incomparably ruthless and dangerous experiences. In the adventures that we undertake, dying is a common matter. And in those adventures, even core disciples of World King Holy Lands would easily perish. A lingering fear remained in the white-clothed youth's voice as he recalled all of the trials and tribulations he had experienced to get where he was. Oh, that's right. Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream, what are these special monsters that have appeared in the Great Worlds? I feel that they aren't ordinary nightmare beast. Frost Dream slowly nodded. She said, "They are soul lives that Honorable Master captured long ago. They are living beings and not energy forms created from the laws." Soul lives. The white-clothed youth was faintly startled. If they were called soul lives, then they naturally had to be different from the souls of humans. Could there really be existences that aren't born with a body but just their soul? Where did High Master Divine Dream capture so many soul lives? Is there really such a land in the Divine Realm? The white-clothed youth asked, curious. But Frost Dream remained quiet, clearly having no intention of speaking any further. The white-clothed youth understood Frost Dream's character. If she didn't want to talk about something, asking her any further was useless. He could only give up on his thoughts. Looking through any of the 3,000 great worlds, there were some great worlds where even the number 1 ranked master had been killed. As for those that hadn't been killed, that was only because they hadn't encountered these horrendous monsters yet. As the white-clothed youth saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, although High Master Divine Dream kept elementary spirit source in the Divine Dream world as a reward, I think that besides Junior Apprentice Sister Xiao Morxian, there is no one that will be able to obtain them. The difficulty is simply too great. Chapter 12:18, Fighting the Red-Furred Monster. Chapter 12:18, Fighting the Red-Furred Monster. In the skies, robed in blue clothes and grasping a red spear, Lin Ming stood straight and tall, like a heroic challenger. And in front of him, the red-furred monster was curled up like a crouching tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Facing this red-furred creature, no matter who it was, they would feel a tremendous pressure. The several core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had already retreated a good distance away. Even the other martial artists scattered all around the White Crag mountain range drew back dozens of miles more from the battlefield. There were very few people that believed Lin Ming had any hopes of winning. And once Lin Ming was defeated, regardless of whether he escaped afterwards or died in the conflict, everyone else remaining would be stuck in dire straits. It was possible that the remaining participants would be drawn into a deadly bloodbath. At that time, when they all scattered to escape, having a bit more distance between them and that red-furred monster would increase their chances. And at this time, the red-furred monster moved. It launched its red and blood-covered bony wings and rushed towards Lin Ming. Its speed reached an incredible level. Without any special move at all, it merely stretched out its claws and grasped towards Lin Ming's throat. This was the first time that the red-furred monster had officially attacked Lin Ming. The time before had merely been a hastily summoned counterattack. When the red-furred monster had fought Wu Final Cloud, it had also used this simple-looking strike to attack Wu Final Cloud in a state where he had released the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art and also the Demon Body Mutilation technique. In the end, after using every skill available to him, Wu Final Cloud had been the one to be severely wounded. This was a terrifying strike. If Lin Ming could defend against this strike, then he would just about meet the qualifications to struggle with this red-furred monster. If he didn't, then he would be instantly killed. Everyone watched this with their eyes wide open. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster hurtling towards him, his pupils shrank. Explosive popping noises sounded out from all the joints in his body as the power of the supreme dragon bone and phoenix blood began to surge forth. From behind Lin Ming, the phantoms of an azure dragon and golden phoenix appeared. A deafening dragon roar accompanied with a melodious phoenix cry split through the skies, echoing to the ends of the world. Lin Ming's arms tightened and he rapidly thrust out the phoenix blood spear in his hands. In that instant, he had shot out his spear 100 times. These 100 spears gathered together, merging into a 10-foot thick azure spear light that shot towards the red-furred monster. In this strike, Lin Ming had used the limit of his bodily strength. It could be called the strongest attack of his body transformation technique. Bang! Stormy shockwaves shook the world. Lin Ming's spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws, causing energy to erupt and space to tremble. The scales on the red-furred monster's claws broke apart, but at the same time, that powerful vibrating force also passed into Lin Ming's body through the phoenix blood spear. This vibrating force was like a titanic earthquake, vast and seemingly endless. Lin Ming's protective true essence was swept over by these waves of power, instantly bursting apart. The power of vibration subsequently broke into his body, passing into all the meridians, organs, and bones within him. In that moment, his blood tumbled and the energy within him became chaotic. There were even some meridians, muscles, and tendons that were damaged, nearly snapping apart. If it weren't for the fact that there was the supreme dragon bone fused into Lin Ming's body and also that he had opened the gate of view, this strike alone would have burst apart his organs and shattered all the bones in his body. His fate wouldn't have been much better than Wu Final Cloud's. What a formidable vibrating power. Is this the Earth Laws? No wonder this red-furred monster defeated Wu Final Cloud even in his strongest state. Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a quiet and earnest light. The reason that this red-furred monster was so powerful was that every single one of its strikes was supported by the power of laws. That crazy and brutal power of vibration would spread into the bodies of its opponents. Lin Ming's protective true essence was considered deep and formidable. Even so, in the face of this red-furred monster, his protective true essence had still instantly shattered without any chance of resisting it. Fortunately, Lin Ming's bodily defense was extremely formidable. Even so, he had still been damaged in this attack. He withstood it. Lin Ming actually withstood the attack of the red-furred monster. Heavens! His protective true essence shattered and yet he was still able to withstand it. Was it by relying on his bodily defensive power? He's a monster himself. It's impossible to completely block it. If his protective true essence shattered, then the shockwaves of that attack would definitely have rushed into Lin Ming's body. Even if he cultivates the body transformation technique and his mortal body's defensive power is formidable because of that, That attack must have injured him and left behind hidden wounds. If those hidden wounds accumulate, then it will put his life in danger. Look at his arm. It's bleeding. Lin Ming's arm was indeed bleeding. When he withstood that tremendous impact force just now, his web of his palm had split apart and even some small blood vessels in his arm had ruptured, causing blood to flow down Lin Ming's hand. As this blood dripped onto the phoenix blood spear, it was incomparably bright red. It's not as simple as you think. Look at that red-furred monster. Both of its arms have also burst open with blood. Someone said with a true essence sound transmission. Don't compare people with that monster. How could a human's body possibly compare with the physique of that monster? Even if Lin Ming is a monstrous genius, I have a feeling that the monster's regenerative ability and tenacity far surpass anyone's imaginations. As for Lin Ming, if he continues to fight, then those hidden wounds will continue to gather until he is finally defeated. As the martial artist just finished speaking, that red-furred monster seemed to deliberately confirm his words. The muscles of the red-furred monster twisted around, wriggling about until the flowing blood stopped and even its scales seemed to slowly regrow and repair themselves. After colliding with Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming several times and being wounded, that red-furred monster's arms regenerated in several breaths of time. As the participants all around the White Crag mountain range saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It had taken a great deal of effort to slightly injure it. This was particularly true for Wu Final Cloud. He had even desperately staked his life in order to injure that red-furred monster, but just now, it had nearly completely regenerated. This sort of phenomenon would definitely instantly rout the confidence of any martial artist that hoped to defeat it. With such an abnormal regenerative ability, just how could a human hope to fight against such a monster? No matter who it was, in front of a being with such terrifying speed and strength, nearly invincible defensive power, ridiculous endurance and incredible recovery abilities, this sort of opponent left one wallowing in abject despair. It's over. No one can hope to win against that. I fear that even if Lin Ming and Dragon Fang joined together, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Its recovery ability is too monstrous. It is like a child god beast. As people were speaking, Lin Ming's arm slowly began to stop bleeding. His flesh and blood moved, stitching themselves together as his wounds healed. His shattered skin and muscles also seemed to be reborn anew. A moment later, Lin Ming's arm was completely healed to its original state. Even his broken meridians and blood vessels were slowly regenerating. All of his hidden wounds had been eliminated. As everyone saw Lin Ming regenerate, all of their eyes popped open, their gazes filled with incredible disbelief. No way. Can Lin Ming also regenerate? I'm certain that he hasn't taken a pill. And even if he did, there are far too few pills that have such a powerful regenerative effect that can be taken in the heat of battle. How can a human's body have the same restorative ability that a vicious beast has? Is this the life laws? Some people suddenly thought. If one practiced the life laws to a high boundary, they could truly control the replication of their cells to a certain degree. They could even completely repair some non-vital organs, that is, everything besides the heart, brain, and spinal cord. Moreover, regenerating all of this came at the cost of a massive amount of true essence. It couldn't be used too often. If this is the life laws, then it is still useless. Lin Ming will soon exhaust all of his energy. A person simply cannot compare to a vicious beast in endurance, especially since Lin Ming encountered such a freakish beast. The red-furred monster's great strength had struck a chord of fear within all the martial artists present. Just by looking at it, they could feel their aura diminish. At this time, the red-furred monster's ghostly green eyes were blazing as it stared at Lin Ming. It hadn't imagined that its own full-powered attack would be withstood by Lin Ming, and then Lin Ming would also be able to follow it in regenerating its body. It issued a deep growl and slowly twisted its claws and neck, creaking its bones. Lin Ming also cracked his knuckles and hands together. Facing the red-furred monster, his eyes were sharp and fierce. Rah! With a loud roar, the red-furred monster launched itself forwards once more. This was a battle of savage head-on collisions. The red spear and red claws smashed into each other. Each time they struck, there was a loud thunderous pulse that split the air. Bang! 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 The attacks all had a force behind them that surpassed 100 million jins of strength. Mountain shelves cracked, causing clouds of crushed stone to billow into the air. Just the shockwaves of this battle between man and beast were able to level this mountain range. The red-furred monster's formidable strength had exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. In every attack, a powerful vibrating strength would spread into his body. His protective true essence shattered every time. These powerful attacks were several times stronger than Wu Final Cloud's final attack. If it were anyone else, they would have instantly died in the face of such a barrage. Luckily, Lin Ming had dragon marrow and phoenix blood fused into his body, thus his regenerative ability and defensive strength had reached an unbelievable degree. Even so, in the face of such a brutally ruthless melee, he felt all the blood tumble within his body and energy wildly rush through his meridians, nearly causing them to break. However, as Lin Ming withstood these extreme attacks each and every time, the red-furred monster wasn't much better off. The red-furred monster's strength and explosive force were several times greater than Wu Final Cloud's, but it had a serious weakness in its inferior combat skills. Every time it collided with Lin Ming, it had to resist at least 2 of Lin Ming's attacks. The Phoenix Blood Spear was an extremely high-ranked spirit artifact, and its sharpness was without doubt. After Lin Ming poured his gold battle spirit into it, even if the red-furred monster had a body as hard as divine iron, the Phoenix Blood Spear would still leave trails of blood etched into its body. As these trails of blood accumulated again and again, they gathered into a heavy wound. The red-furred monster's muscles wriggled, repairing all of these wounds. The phoenix blood and dragon marrow within Lin Ming raced through him, also repairing all of his wounds. This was a battle of attrition, a match between their endurance and their restorative abilities. This violent fight continued for several dozen breaths of time. Man and beast had collided over 100 times already. Every collision was like 2 planets bumping into each other. Each strike caused the mountains to shake, the rivers to vibrate, and the earth itself to tremble. Every explosive sound echoed in the hearts of the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range, like a steel ball smashing into their chests, causing their blood to restlessly move and even their heartbeats to be affected. In such an intense fight, Lin Ming didn't slowly exhaust his true essence and weaken as everyone had imagined he would. Rather, from beginning until now, he didn't reveal any signs of burning out at all. He still remained incomparably aggressive and ruthless as before, like a vicious beast in human form. All of the participants around the White Crag mountain range were stunned. Heavens! This was an absurdly terrifying endurance. In his battle against Wu Final Cloud, although Lin Ming had also revealed his great strength, that battle contrasted to this one could only be considered a slap fight between babies. Only this homicidal collision between Lin Ming and the red-furred monster could truly be called a blood-on-blood melee. Every single time they crashed into each other, they would both undoubtedly be injured. Not only did they have to withstand a huge consumption of energy, they also had to stimulate the energy within their bodies to restore themselves. To continue this fight to this point, the amount of energy they used was unimaginable. Chapter 1219, Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 1219, Thunder Tribulation. That's crazy. Lin Ming's body actually isn't any worse than the red-furred monsters. They must have struck each other at least 120 times by now. Lin Ming's body has to withstand the tremendous impact of the energy shockwaves every time, which will inevitably injure him, yet is able to recover after every strike. Is he even human? The participants scattered around the White Crag mountain range were all left speechless as they stared at this fierce battle taking place in the skies. As for the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud had taken some medicine and had restored some of his origin energy. He also looked at Lin Ming battling in the sky, a strange color on his face. It was clear that when he had used the heavenly demon metamorphic art to battle Lin Ming, it was simply a useless and suicidal action on his part. When he fought with Lin Ming, even if the peak of his strength had lasted 10 times longer, he would still have lost. The difference between them was that great. As everyone was discussing this, Lin Ming had already exchanged 200 attacks with the red-furred monster. The red-furred monster's 2 claws were covered with blood, the flesh on its chest had cracked, its scales had been torn off, and blood was leaking from its mouth. Even so, its body was constantly regenerating, but the rate at which it was regenerating was slowing down at a visible rate. As it looked at Lin Ming, its ghostly green eyes were shining with an inexplicable light. In contrast, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy too. But this was a form of combat that he favored. This strong vibrating power, this feeling of true pain seeping through his body, this truly made his blood seethe with excitement. Lin Ming wiped away the bloodstains from the corners of his lips, a cheery smile on his face. You seem to have an intelligence of your own. You're different from those other ordinary nightmare beasts. Can you understand my words? Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. As he did, a strange look passed over the red-furred monster's face. It seems that you understand me. Then tell me, what is that purple crystal? Lin Ming had extremely little understanding into the mysteries of the divine dream space. He wanted to obtain more information about this world. At this time, the red-furred monster released a deep roar and launched its bony wings once more. Its blood vitality suddenly rocketed up into the skies, billowing upwards like a volcano. With the support of this powerful blood vitality, its body began rapidly regenerating once again. As everyone thought that the red-furred monster was about to attack again, an unexpected change occurred. The red-furred monster swiveled around and flew off in the other direction. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye it swiftly flew dozens of miles away, nearly seeming as if it were teleporting. The speed of its flight caused a sharp grating sound to fill the air. What? The martial artists around the White Crag mountain range were all shocked. Lin Ming forced away that monster. This is too fierce. That monster was actually forced back. This Lin Ming is even more monstrous than that monster. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what expression to make. This was the first time they had seen that nightmare beast running away. As everyone thought that the battle had ended like this, Lin Ming's figure flashed. He turned into a beam of light and chased right after the nightmare beast. With the 8 inner hidden gates and the mystic lightning shade rapidly revolving, and also with the speed from the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming's speed had reached an unbelievable level. He was even a bit faster than that red-furred monster. Lin Ming's figure turned into a series of after-images as he vanished into the horizon. He's chasing it. He's really chasing it. Everyone was bewildered to see both man and monster rush away with incredible speed. Lin Ming had forced back that nightmare beast and had even decided to pursue it. This was far too fierce. A desperate enemy shouldn't be pushed too far. Moreover, that nightmare beast didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming to begin with. If he rashly chases it, I fear that he will encounter danger instead. The beast tide is everywhere now. As long as that red-furred monster hides itself in the swelling beast tide, then Lin Ming can only be forced to give up. On the other hand, if Lin Ming isn't careful and is sucked into the beast tide instead and forced to face off against hundreds and thousands of mutated nightmare beasts, he will certainly perish. That's right. Defeating and killing are two completely different concepts. That red-furred monster is just too fast. If it decides to escape, then it's impossible to cut it down. The only method is if someone's strength far surpasses it, otherwise chasing it is far too audacious an action. In everyone's view, Lin Ming's endurance and formidable strength were without question. And just now when Lin Ming and that red-furred monster had flown away, that red-furred monster hadn't fallen into a great disadvantage and didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming. Perhaps it only escaped because it feared that it would consume too much of its energy and then be open to sneak attacks from the surrounding masters. In this sort of situation, no one thought that there was any meaning to Lin Ming chasing after it. Instead, chasing that monster might cause Lin Ming to wind up dead in the midst of the beast tide. And at this time, Lin Ming had already chased that red-furred beast for several hundreds of miles. Lin Ming frowned. If those participants could think of such scenarios, then he could too. He knew that chasing this red-furred monster was extremely dangerous. But there were far too many secrets on that red-furred monster, even ones that were related to his cultivation of the divine dream lore. He had no choice but to chase after it. What Lin Ming feared the most was that the red-furred monster would submerge itself into the all-encompassing tide of nightmare beasts. If that were to happen, then he would have no choice but to give up his chase. However, what happened surprised Lin Ming. The central beast tide was located at True Marshall City still, and this red-furred monster was flying in a direction that clearly wasn't towards True Marshall City. How strange. This monster has an intelligence of its own, so why isn't it luring me to True Marshall City instead? If that happened, then it would be in an invincible situation. Could it be that there is an even more dangerous area that it wants to bring me to? Lin Ming grit his teeth as this thought flashed through his mind. He revolved his energy and accelerated his speed. With his speed, traveling 100 miles only took several breaths of time. And this speed was actually only a bit faster than the red-furred monster. If he wanted to overtake the red-furred monster, he would have to chase after it for some time. During this time, they could have flown back and forth to True Marshall City several times. How troublesome. Lin Ming didn't worry that the red-furred monster was leading him to some special danger zone because he had his own methods of saving his life. Taking a step back, even if he died it wouldn't really matter. In this divine dream space, true and final death did not exist. And as for his ranking dropping, Lin Ming didn't care about trivial things like that. The special energy within this red-furred monster was what Lin Ming valued the most. The chase continued for some time. Before long, both man and monster had flown 8,000 to 9,000 miles. Their speed was so fast that the ordinary nightmare beasts they encountered along the way were unable to react at all. They even had to pass through a small group of nightmare beasts. And at this time, a change occurred. As the red-furred monster passed through this small group of nightmare beasts, a purple iron-winged dragon suddenly hurtled towards the red-furred monster. It was impossible for an ordinary nightmare beast to follow the red-furred monster's speed. But this iron-winged dragon was a mutated nightmare beast and also one that excelled in speed. It wasn't a problem at all for it to chase after the red-furred monster. Millimeter? Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The nightmare beasts would actually attack the red-furred monster? No wonder. This red-furred monster wasn't a nightmare beast to begin with, so it wasn't strange that it was being attacked. This was also why it didn't choose to escape towards True Marshall City. Then, just what was this red-furred monster? These thoughts instantly raced through Lin Ming's mind. At that moment, the red-furred monster roared like a rolling cloud of thunder. It reached out its claws and tore off the head of that iron-winged dragon. This mutated iron-winged dragon was equal to a top 40 to 50 ranked master of a great world. But in front of this red-furred monster, it was slaughtered like a chicken. However, killing the iron-winged dragon caused the red-furred monster a moment of delay. During this brief moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a severe light. This is my opportunity. Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. As he rapidly consumed his energy, he instantly erupted with his strongest level of strength. In a single breath of time, he rushed to just a mile behind that red-furred monster. To him, a mile away wasn't anything at all. I only have one move left. Although it's not fully complete yet, there's nothing else stronger. At this time, Lin Ming had no more intentions of holding back. In the previous battle, because he wanted to fight with his body transformation technique in order to feel the thrill of a melee battle in his bones, and also because he didn't want to reveal his cards too early, he didn't use this move in front of everyone. But now was different. If he missed this chance, he might not get another one. If so, he naturally had to use all of his techniques to their fullest. Heavenly Demon Martial Intent, Grand Mist Space. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly bloomed from behind Lin Ming. The Grand Mist Space instantly covered the red-furred monster. Underneath the Grand Mist Space that suppressed all laws, the red-furred monster's speed suddenly dropped. And taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming rushed right towards the back of that red-furred monster. In this instant, the power within Lin Ming's body rapidly ascended. The blood of the ancient phoenix, the heretical god force, all of this power came surging outwards without end. All of this power, after converging with Lin Ming's inner world, fused into the phoenix blood spear and then erupted outward. Kai kai kai. Endless bolts of thunder suddenly appeared in the skies, rushing to gather onto Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. His spear light cut through space, emitting a terrifying sharp whistling sound. All of the thunder was swept up in Lin Ming's spear strike, forming a massive purple vortex that spanned between the heavens and the earth. It was like the world itself was about to break apart. Heavenly Tao Judgment, heavenly thunder tribulation. Lin Ming roared out loud. From within Lin Ming's inner world, the power of thunder tribulation that had been absorbed by the heretical god seedling from his 9x994 suddenly exploded outwards. The power of thunder tribulation that stood above the heavenly Tao laws cut straight towards the red-furred monster. This was also Lin Ming's self-created elementary transcendent divine might, Kaila. The phoenix blood spear cut across the sky with endless arcs of thunder spinning around it. Space trembled, and the entirety of the surrounding skies for hundreds or even 1,000 miles turned into a roiling purple thunder dominion. From that small group of nightmare beasts, half of the nightmare beasts were caught up in this strike, instantly turning to ash. The red-furred monster cried out in pain and agony. Placed within the grand mist space, its speed had dropped a lot from before. Lin Ming's spear was now equal to heavenly tribulation. Underneath the absolute suppression of laws, no one was able to avoid heavenly tribulation, they could only resist it. Roar! The red-furred monster roared in suffering. It stretched out its claws and grasped down at that thunder spear light. Bang! A blazing divine might lit up the heavens and a blinding light filled the world, seeming to swallow up everything in existence. For the surrounding hundreds of miles, all of the mountains and rivers and valleys completely collapsed due to the terrifying strength of this strike. Everything was razed to the ground. Lakes instantly evaporated and countless towering great trees were burnt to cinders. The red-furred monster's 2 arms were also charred black by this terrifying strength before instantly blowing into pieces. Lin Ming's long spear continued unabated, stabbing into the red-furred monster's chest. Puff! The phoenix blood spear penetrated right through the red-furred monster and emerged from its back. Blood shot out before being instantly evaporated by the turbulent energy shockwaves. Its fur, its scales, everything was completely scorched black by the power of thunder tribulation. A thick and terrifying purple pillar of light shot into the skies. Chapter 1220, Eyes Blinded by Lightning. Chapter 1220, Eyes Blinded by Lightning. A terrifying explosion swept through the skies for several hundreds of miles. The violet shockwaves sundered the earth, shattering all barriers. In that moment, it was like a purple sun had dropped onto the earth. Even from 10,000 miles away, this divine light was clearly visible. Awoo! The red-furred monster roared out in pain. A massive half-foot-sized hole had been burnt through its body. Half its heart had been scorched and nearly all the blood in its body had been burnt away. It furiously stretched out its claws, wanting to use its dying breath to grasp at Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming sneered. The phoenix blood spear in his hand was pulled out. Puff! The scorched half of the red-furred monster's body was ripped off. Bits of flesh and blood rained out. However, the life force of this monster had reached a nearly unimaginable level. It dragged its grievously wounded body and threw itself towards Lin Ming. Without any expression, Lin Ming thrust out his spear again. The violent and wild power of thunder pierced into the red-furred monster's head. With a stab and a thrust, the red-furred monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Its strong and sturdy body twitched for several moments, then, it finally died. I've killed it at last. Lin Ming let out a long breath. And at this time, because of that strike just now, the skies above him were covered by thick rolling thunder clouds. These thunder clouds gathered together into a massive vortex with waves of purple thunder glittering everywhere. With this strike, he had actually recreated a temporary thunder dominion. From the far-off distance, one could make out the endless purple light sizzling within this thunder dominion. And at the White Crag mountain range, many of the participants hadn't yet left. They were busy planning their future paths after having lost the safety of True Marshall City. And at this moment, in the distant horizon they could see a massive purple pillar of light shoot into the skies. Look over there. What is that? It wasn't known just who shouted that, but everyone turned to look. They could see that in the distant skies, the world had turned purple. Countless arcs of lightning fell like torrents onto the world. Is this divine light born from thunder? That is definitely the thunder laws. Even from so far I can sense its immense strength. Heavens, I wonder just who is fighting? Watching from the White Crag mountain range, this pillar of light was narrow. But the impact it caused was unimaginable. Because of this purple pillar of light, dark clouds shrouded the skies, blanketing the lands for hundreds and hundreds of miles. All of the martial artists could feel the terrifying energy contained within these clouds. Even from 10,000 miles away, this feeling still caused their minds to shake with fear. That direction, isn't that the direction that Lin Ming and the red-furred monster flew in? Yes, that's it, that's the direction. Could it be that it is Lin Ming fighting the red-furred monster? Heavens! Just what sort of ability, what sort of fighting method is this? Is it Lin Ming's attack or that red-furred monster's attack? Someone shouted in panic, a sense of awe and dread in their voice. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered, disbelief written all over their faces. This strength was simply far too terrifying. At this time, a top 20 great world-ranked core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands hesitated for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be. If that red-furred monster had such strength, then it wouldn't have needed to flee. As for Lin Ming, I feel that his strongest aspect lies in his body transformation technique. In terms of the essence gathering system and his comprehension and use of laws, he's a bit lacking. The two of them shouldn't be able to send out such an attack. Then who could it possibly be? Is there an even more powerful existence on the true martial great world? Is it a super monster even greater than the red-furred monster, something like a sovereign of nightmare beasts?" Someone whimsically asked, lost in his own daydreams. In the divine dream world, if a variation monster like this red-furred monster could be born, then it wouldn't be strange if a nightmare beast sovereign could appear too. If there really was such a monster, then Lin Ming would truly be in dire straits. There's a possibility. If so, I fear that Lin Ming would have already died by now. Don't push a cornered enemy too far, the sayings of the ancients aren't wrong. Lin Ming was too reckless. It's just that the beast tide was too fierce right after the third round of elimination started, otherwise something like this wouldn't have happened to Lin Ming. But, even if Lin Ming was foolish this time, with his strength he will still be able to jump back into the top 3 ranks of this great world. Everyone shared their speculations. However, no one dared to go 10,000 miles to take a look at the real situation. With their strength, let alone that red-furred monster or that possible nightmare beast sovereign, if they were to encounter a small group of nightmare beasts, then they would be completely swallowed up as food until there weren't even bones left of them. If a nightmare beast sovereign has truly appeared, then our chances of survival have gotten even worse. To confirm this, could our top 10 ranked senior apprentice brothers look and see if their rankings have changed? A true martial Holy Lands disciple suddenly said. It was easy for them to discern the rankings of the top 10 on the true martial great world because they occupied most of the positions. They would only need to verify their own rankings to find out. Lin Ming was originally ranked 4th on the true martial great world. If he were killed, he should fall to or around the 10th place. The 5th to 10th place martial artists could see if he fell by checking if their own rankings had jumped by 1. When the beast tide first erupted, the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had immediately gathered together when they fled, and there were even several top 10 ranked masters amongst them. These martial artists all checked their rankings before frowning and saying, "My ranking hasn't changed." "Mine hasn't changed either. Millimeter. It hasn't changed. Does that mean Lin Ming hasn't died?" At this time, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands seemed to realize something. He looked up his own ranking and sucked in a cold breath as he saw it. He was originally the 3rd-ranked martial artist of the true martial great world. But now, his ranking had dropped to 4th place. If his ranking dropped and those from 5th to 10th place didn't, then that could only mean that he swapped places with whoever had been ranked 4th. And that person had been Lin Ming. Lin Ming's merit points have suddenly surpassed mine. In the top 5 rankings of a great world, there was a difference of at least 10 million merit points between two people. In a normal situation, the only way that Lin Ming could have leapt ranks was if he killed a top 10 ranked master of a great world, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to jump up ranks so fast. And now, Lin Ming had been chasing that red-furred monster, so it was impossible for him to kill other masters. That only left a single possibility. Lin Ming had killed that red-furred monster and obtained a massive number of merit point. The martial artists present weren't idiots. As the ex-third-ranked disciple said that Lin Ming's ranking had changed, everyone realized just what might have happened. And at this time, the still not recovered Wu Final Cloud examined his own ranking. As he did, his fingers faintly trembled. Lin Ming's merit points had surpassed his own elder senior apprentice brother. A number of people also thought of Wu Final Cloud and turned to look at him. As they saw the strange expression on his face, a foreboding premonition appeared in their hearts. This is. Wu Final Cloud bitterly smiled and shook his head. His passed me. Lin Ming's merit points have passed my own. I have dropped to third place. Wu Final Cloud's words confirmed everyone's guesses. To suddenly jump up over 20 to 30 million merit points in a single go, there was only a single possibility, and that was that Lin Ming had killed the red-furred monster. To defeat someone was a completely different concept from killing them. As everyone recalled the red-furred monster's terrifying speed, horrifying defense, and also despair-inducing endurance, wasn't wanting to overtake it and kill it easier said than done? Perhaps even 4 or 5 martial artists that had a similar strength to it wouldn't be able to keep it from escaping, but now, it had actually died to Lin Ming's hand. Moreover, Lin Ming had chased the red-furred monster through the endless beast tide that surrounded them from all over. He had not only done that but had overtaken it and killed it. Just how was this possible? Everyone looked up towards the pillar of purple light that shot into the skies once more. That pillar of light, could it have been sent out by Lin Ming? As everyone realized this, they felt their jaws drop down. That roiling thunder dominion that encompassed the skies 10,000 miles away was still lingering there, scorching the world. The feeling that Lin Ming gave off to everyone had always been that he was a martial artist who focused primarily on the body transformation technique. When he defeated Wu Final Cloud, and even with the red-furred monster, he had relied on his body transformation technique to contend with them. In terms of the essence gathering system and especially in the comprehension of laws, Lin Ming didn't seem too extraordinary at all. But as they saw that terrifyingly titanic thunder dominion that was caused by the thunder laws, all of them were left speechless. This level of the thunder laws, just what sort of ridiculous power was this? Could it have been that Lin Ming's greatest strength lay in his laws, but from the beginning until now, no one had been able to force him to use them? This is too unbelievable. What a monster. He is invincible in the body transformation technique, invincible in endurance and recovery, and even his essence gathering system and comprehension of laws have reached such a level, with such a terrifying explosion of power, just what sort of technique could have caused it? The difference between him and us is just too great. Chapter 1221, First in a Great World. Chapter 1221, First in a Great World. The purple clouds of thunder continued to roil through the skies. The thunder dominion carried on, as if it would last until the end of time. Facing this thunder dominion, all of the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands felt powerless and weak. And at this time, 10,000 miles away, the red-furred monster's corpse dissolved into pure dreamland energy. This dreamland energy was larger than any mass of dreamland energy that Lin Ming had ever seen before. It was bright and radiant, blinding to the eyes. This sort of feeling was like the difference between a violet sunstone and a violet sun crystal. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't rush to absorb the dreamland energy. Instead, he dragged this dreamland energy into a hidden valley and concealed his own position using layers of array formations. Currently, the entire divine dream space was being flooded with tides of nightmare beasts. If he wanted to absorb this dreamland energy, he would need to find a safe place to do so. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming then focused his thoughts on the dreamland energy. The dreamland energy exploded, turning into countless motes of starlight that fused into his body. This powerful and pure energy turned into streams that submerged into Lin Ming's soul. The fourth divine dream mark emitted a blazing light as it climbed towards perfection at unimaginable speeds. Not just that, but there was still a tremendous amount of divine dream energy remaining. After Lin Ming checked his own merit points, he was slightly surprised. In a single go, his merit points had suddenly risen to 238 million. From his fourth place position, he had now become first. After killing the red-furred monster, he had obtained almost 100 million merit points in a single fell swoop. Lin Ming's change in ranking was also reflected in the divine seal decree. Within the entire divine realm, besides the unbroken cult and the ancient Phoenix clan, there were also many other great influences paying attention to Lin Ming's ranking. Before this, only the top 10,000 participants had the qualifications to be checked up on all 24 hours of the day by the various Great World King Holy Lands, and Lin Ming's previous best ranking had been just less than 3,000. Now, Lin Ming's ranking suddenly vanished from its spot around 8,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. It immediately jumped up past 1,000 and stopped at 890. With this, he had surpassed Dragon Fang. The top 1,000 rankings were a completely new level. After rising to this boundary, with some luck, one could become an ordinary world king, and if one was a world king, then even if they weren't a great world king they could still be an overlord of their own domain. On average, the achievement of an Empyrean descendant was also to become a world king. As for the future achievements of great world king descendants, they would become holy lords and the stronger ones amongst them would become half-step world kings. The future boundary of a descendant was often a level lower than their master. Even for the true martial Holy Lands with their deeply accumulated resources for several millions of years, while the true martial world king had trained over 100 descendants, there hadn't even been an ordinary world king born from them. From this one could see just how difficult it was to produce a world king. At this time, in a remote great world, within the outskirts of a great city, 10,000 martial artists were gathered together, all of them wearing similar-looking red clothes. Their cultivations were all at the life-destruction realm. Look, there's been a great chance in senior apprentice Brother Lin's ranking, rank 890 on the Divine Seal Decree. He has surpassed Dragon Fang as first on his great world. He's finally reached first place. Awesome. These red-clothed martial artists were all disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan was broadly distributed all over the divine realm and they were found on multiple great worlds. Now, even in these remote branch palaces, as well as the many disciples that had gone out adventuring, all of them knew of Lin Ming. They knew that an extraordinary genius had appeared from within the ranks of their ancient Phoenix clan. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, all of their hearts were filled with pride and joy. First place on a great world, and even in the top 1,000 rankings of the entire divine realm, this achievement was enough to be recorded in the annals of their clan's history. And in Crimson Light World, in a magnificent tower of gold and jade, a towering middle-aged man with a full head of crimson-red hair was sitting grandly on a wooden seat. In front of him was a table with bronze cups and a pot of wine. The crimson-haired man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Divine Seal Decree. He muttered to himself, "This Lin Ming is the one that completed the 1,000 slaughter and cut down the wisp of divine sense that I had left behind in the illusionary god combat array. I didn't think that I would see him ranked in the top 1,000 positions of the Divine Seal Decree." This man was the Crimson Light World's Crimson Dragon Envoy, Crimson Strife Cloud. Crimson Strife Cloud let out a deep and long sigh. The current him was no longer the insolent and brash youth that he was in the past, all those tens of thousands of years ago. This was because he was now well aware of how difficult every step was after becoming a holy lord. He had already been stuck behind the hurdle that prevented him from becoming a world king for 15,000 years by now. Without some heaven-defying lucky chance, there simply wasn't any possibility for him to make another breakthrough in his life. And now, it seemed that this Lin Ming's talent had already far surpassed his own. The ancient Phoenix clan has truly risen from the past. I thought that Lin Ming would become a character like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven in the future, but now it seems that I underestimated him. Really, the waves come and the waves go, the new must replace the old. Crimson Strife Cloud shook his head, draining a cup of wine in front of him. At this time, within the divine dream world, Lin Ming felt as if his own soul had left his body. His entire body was floating on nothing without any weight at all. His soul form arrived in a world filled with endless color, with countless lines of infinite hues twisting and changing around him without end. And between these lines was a floating purple crystal. This purple crystal was in the shape of a six-sided prism, and there were 3 fine lines sealed within it. Of these 3 lines, each was a different color: blue, red, and purple. These thin lines constantly twisted, moving about just like living creatures. This purple crystal, is different from the one that the red-furred monster swallowed. That purple crystal only had a single thin line within it, but this one actually has 3. If I'm right, then that red-furred monster must have swallowed down similar crystals before, and each of the living lines within those crystals must have gathered together to form this final purple crystal. Then, the truth is that the secret of the purple crystals lies within these thin lines. Lin Ming could faintly feel that these strange purple crystals were in fact only used as a carrier to seal in these fine lines. The lines were the key to the puzzle. Lin Ming stared at these fine lines for some time. He didn't know why, but as he looked at them he felt a faint sense of apprehension and dread creep over him. How can I perceive the secrets within these lines? Should I swallow them? Lin Ming thought out loud. The method the red-furred monster had used was to swallow them up. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ming finally came to a decision. He slowly reached out and guided these fine lines to his fingertips. When the lines touched Lin Ming's skin, they suddenly started moving like spirit snakes and drilled into his body. Lin Ming felt an incomparably cold energy spread up through his arms and into his soul. At that time, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake and a fierce aching pain rack his body. It felt like countless vipers were biting into his body. With a stuffy cough, he nearly tumbled to the ground. When this agonizing pain struck him, it felt as if something was going all out in trying to drill into his brain. This feeling was similar to when Lin Ming first opened the magic cube and absorbed that ownerless soul fragment. When Lin Ming had first opened the magic cube, the power of his soul and will had been tiny and weak. His past state was incomparable to how he was now. But correspondingly, this mysterious energy was tens of thousands of times more powerful than those ownerless soul fragments of the past. Lin Ming staunchly defended his mind, wanting to use his willpower to resist the harrowing soul pain. However, as he was doing so, he felt an immense strength impact into his soul form. Underneath the force of this terrifying strength, he lost all control over his body. In that instant, a dreadful icy cold spread all throughout Lin Ming's body, invading every inch of him. This feeling was just as if he had been turned back into a mortal and was tossed stark naked into an endless field of snow and ice. Lin Ming's body was soon covered in a thick layer of frost and ice. The layer of ice became increasingly thick. With his soul frozen, Lin Ming was completely unable to move. He didn't even have the motor abilities to blink his eyes. After the ice gathered for some time, cracks began to appear in the layers of ice. Ka. The cracks continued to spread. Lin Ming's body also began to disintegrate with this cracking ice. At this sudden change, even if Lin Ming's will was amazingly strong, a hint of panic and fear began to appear in his mind. In this colorful rainbow-hued world, the truth was that his body represented his soul. If his soul disintegrated, how could he still live? Lin Ming's mind raced. He tried everything he could, but whether it was trying to summon his battle spirit or guarding his mind, everything he tried was useless. As he saw cracks appear all throughout his soul form, Lin Ming could only pin his hopes on the strange laws that governed the divine dream world. With the existence of these laws, even if his soul disintegrated, he still wouldn't die. It was the same principle as reforming his soul after crossing life destruction. As his body was disintegrating, a soul-tearing pain swept through his entire body. This sort of pain that came directly from the soul was at least 10 times, 100 times more torturous than one's mortal body being torn apart. Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as more and more cracks spread over his body. His soul form had already reached the limit of its endurance. At the end, Lin Ming's body completely burst apart, turning into countless motes of soul lights that scattered in all directions. The degree to which his soul had disintegrated was even more thorough than the last 3 stages of life destruction that Lin Ming had crossed. Lin Ming felt his consciousness turn fuzzy and his thoughts become muddled. The power that fractured his soul into countless bits was far too strong, to a degree that he couldn't summon any resistance to it. In a haze, Lin Ming could sense those 3 wisps of purple, red, and blue energy that had been sealed within the purple crystal slowly gather together before fusing into the floating soul lights. Then, with these 3 wisps of energy as the core, the countless motes of soul lights began to converge as one. Lin Ming's soul was being slowly restored. His body, his limbs, his face, everything reformed. His consciousness also gradually became clear again. A moment later, Lin Ming's soul had completely recovered and those 3 wisps of energy had disappeared. What's going on here? Lin Ming looked down and examined his reformed hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. My soul force has become stronger, and it's actually become several times stronger. As Lin Ming felt the change in his soul force, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1222, Perfect Gold Battle Spirit. Chapter 1222, Perfect Gold Battle Spirit. These 3 strange wisps of energy are actually able to shatter my soul and reform it using themselves as the center. This process is similar to the wonders of Ninefall soul reformation and with an entirely similar result. My soul force has become 3 times stronger. Whatever it is I absorbed, the effects are just too strong. Lin Ming found it hard to believe that such incomparably thin lines of energy were able to achieve such a heaven-defying effect. As he sank his mind into his spiritual sea, he suddenly noticed some differences. Lin Ming closed his eyes. Vague images, obscure and ancient languages, many things suddenly passed through his mind. For a time, Lin Ming wasn't able to understand just what these strange and mysterious images were. It was only when a crowd of creatures similar to the red-furred monster appeared in his mind that he realized these were the memories of that red-furred monster. After absorbing the dreamland energy left behind by the red-furred monster, I've actually obtained some of its memories. Is this because of the magic cube? Lin Ming recalled that the feeling of absorbing that dreamland energy was the same as swallowing an ownerless soul fragment from the magic cube for the first time when he was 15 years old. But Lin Ming couldn't bother with figuring out why he could see these memories. He wanted to hastily search these memories for anything related to the magic cube. There were simply far too many secrets on the red-furred monster. He focused his mind and sat down on the ground, trying to fully digest these memories. Perhaps because of the different natures of the monster's soul and his human soul, Lin Ming found it extremely difficult to fuse with these memories. Even for the strange writing, Lin Ming had a great deal of difficulty understanding any of it. He had to comb through the memories for corresponding hints in order to make out some meaning from the words. These memories were incredibly incomplete. Only after searching for a long time did he find some clues. Elementary spirit source. Those 3 wisps of soul energy I absorbed are actually wisps of elementary spirit source. If the elementary form is so powerful, what sort of degree would true spirit source be like? And just what is spirit source to begin with? Lin Ming was familiar with the term elementary. Grand mist energy also had a so-called elementary grand mist energy form. This spirit source, is it something similar to grand mist energy? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this. He continued searching through these memories for more information. Lin Ming's mind shook. As he looked further and dug out more information, he was inexplicably shocked. Grand mist energy, Genesis energy, spirit source. 3 types of source energy. Originally, Lin Ming thought that grand mist was the foundation of the universe and the earliest, most source existence. But now, he discovered that the source of the universe was comprised of not just grand mist energy but also 2 other kinds. Grand mist energy, the source of matter. Genesis energy, the source of energies. Spirit source, the source of soul. The universe had a soul. Not only did the universe have a soul, but planets and stars also had souls, called star souls. As for the soul of the universe, if that were to be called a different name, then that would be the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a martial artist cultivated the laws, they would comprehend the heavenly Tao and follow its rules to display their skills. Cultivation methods, martial skills, every concept, everything was through methods defined by the heavenly Tao. If one wanted to surpass the heavenly Tao, then one had to withstand the punishment of the heavenly Tao. This was also known as heavenly tribulation. By crossing heavenly tribulation, one could gain the right to surpass the heavenly Tao and perhaps even form their own rules. If a human could achieve such a boundary, then they were called an Empyrean. Empyrean, a word that meant the heavens. The inherent meaning within this title was that the person this title was bestowed upon had a status on par with the heavenly Tao. Empyrean, a word that also meant respect. In total, To be an Empyrean meant to be respected just as much as the heavens. This was the meaning of an Empyrean. From the very start, Lin Ming never understood just what the heavenly Tao was. He only knew that it was an extremely abstract existence. But at the same time, the heavenly Tao seemed to have a thought and will of its own, punishing anyone that dared to violate its edicts. And now, Lin Ming was finally aware. The heavenly Tao, that was the soul of the universe. And this so-called spirit source was present at the forming of the universe, a source energy that eventually became the heavenly Tao. The soul of the universe. Out of the three aspects of essence, energy, and divine, it could be called the divine. As the universe had a soul, at the same time it also had a body. Every star, every moon, every planet, all the vast galaxies and boundless worlds, everything was the body of the universe. Even humans, plants, vicious beasts, all lives that existed were also a part of the universe's body. Grand mist energy formed all matter within the world, and was also the source of the universe's body. Of essence, energy, and divine, the body of the universe could also be represented by essence. Finally, there was Genesis energy. The source of all energy, all origin energies, all true essence, all the various forms of energy were evolved from Genesis energy. Of essence, energy, and divine, this was the energy of the universe. Humans possessed essence, energy, and divine. Correspondingly, the universe also had its own essence, energy, and divine. Grand mist energy corresponded with essence, Genesis energy corresponded with energy, and spirit source corresponded with the divine. There just happened to be three of these source energies. This was also what the myths meant by three creating all of myriad existence. As Lin Ming understood these truths, he felt his spiritual sea suddenly shake. It was like a thin layer of membrane had been pierced through. In that moment, many truths and laws were immediately comprehended by him. In that instant Lin Ming could feel his own strength crazily rise and his soul force was again strengthening at a terrifying speed. Lin Ming's first four concepts of thunder and fire completely fused together. And in his spiritual sea, his battle spirit also violently trembled. As it trembled, all of its power constantly gathered onto itself, becoming more and more solid and more sharp. With this sort of change, Lin Ming's battle spirit had broken through gold large success to gold perfection. Now he was only a single step away from a blue soul battle spirit. And after achieving a blue soul battle spirit, that would be a completely different situation. Lin Ming sank his thoughts into his body. He discovered that the countless law fragments that had buried themselves into his flesh during his ninefall had begun to slowly fuse into his flesh. As for his thunder and fire laws, in that moment just now they had instantly reached perfection of the first four concepts. Lin Ming could even faintly feel himself touching upon the fifth level concepts. In just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming had obtained an immeasurable advantage. Although he had yet to break through a cultivation boundary, his practical strength had substantially increased. This was mainly manifested in the comprehension and use of his laws as well as his battle spirit. If Lin Ming were to use his heavenly Tao judgment now, it would be even mightier than before. Even if he were to use the most basic penetrating rainbow, chasing thunder, chasing sun, or bury the heavens, just a single strike would be able to easily kill a top 10 ranked core disciple of a great world king Holy Land. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he sensed the changes in his body. Unfortunately, his true mortal body wasn't in the divine dream world, otherwise he would have likely broken through to the middle divine sea. However, now that his soul had made a breakthrough, his inner world was brimming with energy. If he left the divine dream space, then he wouldn't need much effort to break into the middle divine sea realm. It could be called an inevitable event. I see, so the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card in truth represent spirit source, grand mist energy, and Genesis energy. They are divine tools somehow condensed from the essence, energy, and divine of the universe. Lin Ming became increasingly aware of the origin and use of the three divine tools. When Empyrean Primordius obtained the demon bead, that was also the universe's essence, thus he was able to dual cultivate in body and energy, reaching a boundary at which he could rip out his heart and it would still beat onwards for 100,000 years. This was likely thanks to the support of the demon bead. As for the grand mist energy he cultivated, That is the source of the universe's body. No wonder Empyrean Primordius was such a remarkable person that could achieve such heights in the Grand Mist laws. Lin Ming unraveled more of the secrets of Empyrean Primordius and the eternal demon abyss, and most of his guesses were likely true. It seemed that if he obtained the demon bead in the future, it would play a critical role in him cultivating the Grand Mist laws. The Grand Mist laws were in truth the laws of the universe's essence. There might even be true Grand Mist energy within the demon bead. Empyrean Primordius cultivated dual body and energy, but Empyrean Divine Dream cultivates spirit source, thus she is likely a dual energy and soul cultivator. This is why she was able to form the Divine Dream world and also leave behind these elementary spirit sources within it. These elementary spirit sources were likely rewards for the trial challenges here, but there are probably far too few people that could hope to obtain them. Lin Ming thought out loud. With the red-furred monster's titanic strength, the ordinary geniuses of a great world simply wouldn't be able to kill it. However, this was also well within reason. Elementary spirit source was an incomparably precious treasure. It was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to reward it too freely, thus she would only allow the most peak geniuses to obtain it. Chapter 1223, Tian Mingzi. Chapter 1223, Tian Mingzi. Divine Realms 3000 Great Worlds, Vast Universe World. Although the 3000 great worlds of the Divine Realm were grouped together, the truth was that they vastly differed in size and number of masters present. Vast Universe World was one of the top 10 ranked great worlds. In terms of area, it was over 20 times larger than the Crimson Light World that the ancient Phoenix headquarters was located on. Compared to the true martial world, it was still 7 or 8 times larger. The number of masters present was incomparable with the lower-ranked great worlds. The highest-ranked great worlds all had a title, and that was a first-order world. Out of the 3000 great worlds, only 100 of them were considered first-order worlds. A world like the true martial world was a great world only inferior to first-order worlds. They were called second-order worlds and there were several hundred of them. As for the Crimson Light World and Atlas World, they were considered third-order worlds. There was the greatest number of third-order worlds, over 2,000 of them. Not only were the first-order worlds larger, but there were far more masters present on them. Moreover, many first-order worlds were occupied by Empyreans. This was one of the implicit assessment marks of a first-order world. On the Divine Seal Decree, the highest-ranked participants were mostly from these first-order worlds. The most sacred land of the Vast Universe world was also where Empyrean Vast Universe's Holy Palace was located, the center of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At this time, within a grand hall of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, there was a group of people gathered. These people all had an unfathomably deep cultivation. But at this time, within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, all of them were restraining their aura as much as possible, resembling nothing but ordinary people. Within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, unless one was an Empyrean, all other characters, no matter how famous or honorable they were, had to humble themselves. In this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy man wearing a spacious robe with a square face and round ears. He sat in the seat of honor and was lifting a cup of wine. He laughed as he said, "The several top-ranked participants are really all Empyrean descendants. However, Grand Universe World King, your Grand Universe Holy Land is doing quite well. Since the Empyrean descendants aren't counted, one of the top-ranked participants comes from your Grand Universe Holy Land." The Grand Universe World King was the Great World King of Vast Universe World. However, because of the unstated taboo of having a name similar to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they certainly couldn't name themselves the Vast Universe Holy Lands. Thus, their name instead was the Grand Universe Holy Lands. Correspondingly, the Great World King of Vast Universe World was also called the Grand Universe World King. Haha, Lord Envoy, I truly cannot withstand such high praise. My Grand Universe Holy Lands only has a single person that has barely managed to reach rank 12 on the Divine Seal Decree. Even if the Empyrean descendants aren't considered, Boa is just chasing the tail of the top 10 rankings. All of my other disciples have met defeat. At a seat just to the side of the tall and sturdy man, a hearty-looking blue-clothed old man stroked his beard as he spoke in a modest tone. Even so, He couldn't conceal the smile in his words. It was clear that he was satisfied that one of the disciples from his grand universe Holy Lands was almost in the top 10 ranks. Virtuous nephew Yuan Bo has considerable hopes of entering the top 10 ranks of the first martial meeting. If he does, then he'll likely come to vast universe Heavenly Palace. The tall and sturdy man chuckled. Haha, I don't dare to hope for him to enter the top 10. But, if there really is such hope, then I humbly request that Lord Envoy looks after him at that time. As the blue-clothed old man spoke to hear, he respectfully cupped his hands across his chest. This tall and sturdy robed man was Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple and the first Lord Envoy of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. His name was Vast Cosmos. To be able to be named after Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be named Cosmos, one could infer his status. The so-called chief disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe was not like Wu Final Cloud, who was merely a chief disciple of a single generation. Rather, Vast Cosmos was the disciple that had attained the highest achievements ever since the founding of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In fact, Vast Cosmos had long since reached the boundary of a half-step Empyrean. Although a half-step Empyrean was extremely far from being comparable with a true Empyrean, it was still a boundary vastly superior to a great world king. In addition, Vast Cosmos had the special distinction of being able to personally represent Empyrean Vast Universe. Vast Cosmos's status far surpassed that of a great world king. Even if it were the great world king of a first-order world, they would still have to be respectful towards him. And in this first martial meeting, the top 10 ranking disciples would obtain a special reward, to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be able to receive the personal guidance of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. This chief disciple was naturally Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos laughed and said, "Grand Universe World King is too modest." Although it was said that the top 10th of May enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the true Empyrean descendants, even if they were in the top 10, definitely wouldn't take a liking to a humble and common teacher like myself, and they certainly wouldn't come to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At that time, if nephew Yuan can achieve a position near the top 10, he can certainly enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Hearing Vast Cosmos say this, the Grand Universe World King was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his thanks. If one could enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, then even if they couldn't learn a transcendent divine might, they could still learn the self-created martial arts of Empyrean Vast Universe. If those martial arts were placed in the Grand Universe Holy Lands, they would definitely be the highest level of martial arts. This first martial meeting is unprecedented in its magnificence and grandeur. It is far more marvelous and ambitious than the last several dozens of first martial meetings. This time, it could truly be said that there are countless talents gushing forth. Also, Tian Mingzi, your Skydark Holy Lands has a disciple that has reached rank 15 on the Divine Seal Decree. Is that little fellow your direct descendant? If I remember, his name was Nether Limitless, right? Vast Cosmos asked a black-clothed man who was sitting on another side of the hall. This black-clothed man was handsome and elegant, looking no more than 20 years old. His arms were laid calmly on his knees. His palms were clear and fair, his 10 fingers were slender and beautiful, and his eyes had blood-red pupils, making him seem a bit fiendish. This man was Mo Eversnow's absolutely irreconcilable blood enemy and also the chief culprit that caused the destruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi. In the past, when Tian Mingzi annihilated the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, he had been a world king. Now, 50,000 years later, his cultivation had reached an even more terrifying boundary. The black-clothed man faintly smiled and eloquently said, "I didn't expect Lord Envoy to remember Limitless' name. I must thank Lord Envoy for the wonderful praise. Haha, Tian Mingzi, there is no need to be so polite. Haven't you just passed 100,000 years in age? You became a world king only tens of thousands of years ago and now you are already a great world king. Moreover, you preside over the first-order world of Demon Dawn Great World. In the future it wouldn't be strange if you were to become a half-step Empyrean. This sort of talent is truly deserving of envy." Vast Cosmos bluntly said as he laughed. As he spoke, this roused a round of discussion amongst everyone else in the hall. "That's right, Skydark World King only established the Skydark Holy Lands 50,000 years ago, and yet you have progress that one can truly be proud of. Old me can only be ashamed of my own inferiority. My grand universe Holy Lands have existence for over 7 million years, and now you've nearly reached the same level. The Grand Universe World King smiled as he tossed out some more praise. That's right, Skydark World King is the youngest among us, yet his strength has faintly risen above ours. I think he will surely become a half-step Empyrean in the future. Haha, even Tian Ming's direct descendant nephew Nether Limitless is also extraordinary. I think there is an extremely high possibility that he will become a world king in the future. Of those sitting in this hall, the ones with the lowest status were ordinary world kings, and there were even many great world kings of second-order and first-order worlds. These were all characters with extremely lofty statuses, and yet all of them were praising Tian Mingzi. From this alone, one could see just how prominent his reputation was. For the last 100,000 years, out of all those that had become great world kings, he was the youngest. From the time he founded the Skydark Holy Lands, it had only taken him 50,000 years to develop it to such a giant scale. Moreover, rumors said that he had obtained the appreciation of Demon Dawn Great World's true overlord, Empyrean Demon Dawn. If such a character favored him, then Tian Ming's future prospects could be imagined. He even had a slight ray of hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. Just what sort of concept was an Empyrean? In the entire divine realm, an Empyrean was born only every million years or so. This was a level of existence that a world king could never compare with. To this sort of character, even if they couldn't form good relations with him, they at least shouldn't offend him. Tian Mingzi smiled as he said, "Everyone, I can hardly accept all this praise. I am merely a junior in this prestigious gathering, and I still have a long road ahead of me in the future. I will have to ask all the seniors here to look after me. As for Limitless, he has only made a tiny bit of progress, nothing worthy of complimenting at all. Compared to fairy maiden Xiao Morxian from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there simply isn't any comparison at all." Tian Ming's Great World was exactly Demon Dawn Great World. The Holy Land he established naturally couldn't have the name of Demon Dawn, thus he came up with his own name for it. As all of this was happening in vast universe Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was still in the divine dream world, sifting through the memories of the red-furred monster. He had been doing this for the last 3 days. The new information he discovered left him incomparably shocked. The memories of the red-furred monster were filled with all sorts of strange and mystical images. As these images combined together, Lin Ming was able to extrapolate that the red-furred monster came from a different realm. This different realm was called Soul World by the red-furred monster. In Soul World, all lives there were soul life forms. As for the red-furred monster, it was also a soul life form. Its appearance within the divine dream world was its soul form. Soul World was not one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Soul World was broad, boundless, nearly infinite in its area, far greater than any great world of the divine realm. It seemed as if it were a completely independent dimension outside of the divine realm. There is actually such a place in this universe. Is it a divergent mystic realm? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, feeling greatly shocked. He originally thought that the divine realm was the entirety of the universe, but now it seemed as if this might not be true. If Soul World was a divergent mystic realm, then the vastness of these divergent mystic realms far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. In the red-furred monster's memory, Lin Ming saw that Empyrean Divine Dream had once been to Soul World. This matter was already from an extremely long time ago. At that time, Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation had been very low. The red-furred monster, as well as numerous other soul beasts from Soul World, had tried to attack Empyrean Divine Dream. However, she had ended up completely demolishing all of them. But Empyrean Divine Dream did not kill them. Rather, she locked them all into the Divine Dream World, and the Divine Dream World had become their prison. As Lin Ming learned all of this, he was lost in thought for some time. He guessed that Soul World was a divergent mystic realm of some sort, and when Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation was extremely low in the past, she likely entered this divergent mystic realm to adventure and seek her own lucky chances. Finally, she had stumbled across some heaven-defying lucky chance and learned the secrets of Soul World. With this, she established the divine dream law and completed her own transcendent divine might. Chapter 1224. The final result of the preliminaries. Chapter 1224. The final result of the preliminaries. The red-furred monster had given Lin Ming a great deal of useful information. Besides the existence of Soul World, Lin Ming also found some memories of cultivation methods from Soul World, in other words, Soul System cultivation methods. However, because the red-furred monster wasn't a human, or perhaps because of the difference in laws, Lin Ming was unable to directly train in these types of cultivation methods. Instead, he could only use his comprehension of these cultivation methods combined with his understandings of the divine dream law to glean some useful things. For several days, Lin Ming was closed up in this distant valley. Several small beast tides passed over the skies of Lin Ming's hidden seclusion spot, but none of them were able to see past his concealing array formations. After digesting the red-furred monster's cultivation methods, Lin Ming still didn't leave. Instead, he continued to perceive the divine dream law and form the fifth divine dream mark. There was still a great deal of divine dream energy left within his body. Like this, time slowly passed, day after day. Within the divine dream world's 3,000 great worlds, constant slaughtering and massacring was taking place without end. Never-ending waves of beast tides, all cities trampled over, and participants being eaten up as food by the countless nightmare beasts. Participants not only fought nightmare beasts but they also had to fight each other. At every second of the day, countless people were being killed. For the first 2 rounds, the participants would revive in the city. But now, they would randomly revive in some location in the wilds. If their luck was bad, they might even directly revive into the midst of a beast tide and immediately die again. Thus, the price of death was extremely high. There was no space for the weak to live. It was kill or be killed. And these so-called weak participants were in truth extraordinary elites of ordinary holy lands. But there, they didn't even have the strength to resist their doom. Kai. A blue light cut through the skies, seeming to rip apart space. A black-clothed youth grasped the dragon fang blade, his shoulders stained with blood. Behind him, a 20-foot-tall humanoid vicious beast toppled to the ground with a loud thud, its blood pooling all around it. This vicious beast was a sovereign of Lightmend World's mutated nightmare beasts. Even the third-ranked master of Lightmend World had died to this beast. And now, this beast was instead slain by the black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was Dragon Fang. Before the second round of eliminations ended, he had cut down a super-mutated nightmare beast at the True Martial Great World and obtained a transmission token from its body. He discovered that with this transmission token, he was actually able to travel to other great world. Without a doubt, all of the peak disciples of the various great worlds throughout the divine realm had obtained such a token, otherwise it was impossible for them to gather such a high number of merit points. Only by constantly traveling between these 3,000 great worlds and slaying the top existences of those worlds could one obtain so many merit points. This even included cutting down the top 100 ranked monstrous geniuses of the Divine Seal Decree. Thus, when the third round of eliminations began, Dragon Fang had already left True Martial World to go to other great worlds, looking to battle other peak masters. What Dragon Fang cared about was not merit points but a worthy opponent that he could fight to the death. Battle, this was the reason for Dragon Fang's existence. The reason he joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was to search for stronger opponents and raise his own strength. After obtaining this transmission token, Dragon Fang's merit points grew at a ridiculous pace. Just after the third round of eliminations began, he had been briefly surpassed by Lin Ming. But afterwards, his merit points quickly returned to the number 1 position of the True Martial Great World and continued to climb further and further ahead. Within a month, he had killed his way into the top 500 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. Then the top 300, the top 200, all the way until the top 100. When Dragon Fang entered the top 100 rankings, this caused the entire True Martial World to bubble over with excitement. True Martial World was only a second-order world, it was far from being comparable to a first-order world. But even so, there was now someone from True Martial World that was able to enter the top 100 rankings. This was truly a legend. The top 1000 rankings was a completely new boundary, but at the same time the top 100 rankings were also a new boundary. After entering the top 1000 rankings, it was nearly assured that one would become a half-step world king. But by entering the top 100 rankings, there was a ray of hope that one would become a true world king, as long as one could meet another lucky chance in the divine transformation realm. Becoming a world king wasn't a dream. Dragon Fang's ranking was one of the focal points of the entire divine realm. Even Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's chief disciple, Vast Cosmos, had noticed Dragon Fang. This was because Dragon Fang did not list his own background. To be in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree without a known origin, that was an extremely rare occurrence. Dragon Fang has already reached rank 97, a double-digit ranking. How terrifying. When did such a peak genius appear from my true martial great world? Hurry up and investigate just where this Dragon Fang came from. Within the true martial Holy Lands, the true martial world king personally issued an order. He felt that Dragon Fang's true strength had not yet reached its limit. Dragon Fang's appearance overshadowed all other geniuses of true martial world, including even Lin Ming. In fact, besides Lin Ming making a brief appearance in the top 1000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree just when the third round of eliminations began, he hadn't done much at all. His ranking soon began to drop down. During the third round of eliminations, the merit points of the Nightmare Beasts increased once more. After Lin Ming entered seclusion, his ranking naturally started to drop. Dragon Fang and Wu Final Cloud eventually both surpassed him. He had fallen back to being the fourth-ranked participant of True Martial World, and his position also fell down to 8000 to 9000 on the Divine Seal Decree. Although many people were well aware that Lin Ming's true strength was far beyond this, Lin Ming's best result was still a far cry from Dragon Fang's rank 97. With Dragon Fang, Lin Ming's limelight naturally dimmed down a great deal. And besides Dragon Fang, there were also some dazzling existences on the Divine Seal Decree. One of which was Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless. This youth wore black clothes and his face was pallid. Just casually glancing at him, he appeared a bit weak and frail. But the truth was that his strength was incomparably horrifying. His weapon was a long and slender katana. It was 4 feet long and very thin. In this half-year, the number of participants and nightmare beasts that had died underneath this blade was countless. Nether Limitless also had a token that allowed him to travel between great worlds. Many masters of various great worlds had died underneath his blade, becoming a stepping stone for his ascension. I have no idea how far I am from my true goal, the top 10. Nether Limitless quietly wiped off blood from his katana. The participants in the Divine Dream World could only look up their own ranking within the great world they had registered on, and weren't able to look up the total ranking of the Divine Realm. Nether Limitless put away his katana. Scattered all around him were corpses of dozens of participants. The corpses were neatly sliced apart several times. Underneath his blade, no one was able to keep their body intact. These corpses soon vanished, turning into dreamland energy that was represented by merit points which then entered his body. These had all been disciples of this great world's great world King Holy Land. But now, all of them had been cut down by Nether Limitless. These fellows have far too few merit points. Nether Limitless shook his head, stepping over the pools of blood on the ground to leave. I have to kill even stronger powerhouses. Only with their corpses can I pave the road to becoming a king. This first martial meeting is my greatest chance. I have to display the height of my potential to grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Before Nether Limitless joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Tian Mingzi had warned him not to hold back anything in this first martial meeting. He had to put forth his full and complete effort and try to rise as high as he could so that Empyrean Demon Dawn might notice him. If he could grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn, there was a chance that he would be allowed to enter Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and inherit the transcendent divine might there. This was Nether Limitless' greatest opportunity. He wanted to become a great world king in the future. With the support of an Empyrean-level influence, then even if he didn't have the guidance of an Empyrean, just the guidance of an Empyrean's disciple would make his road that much easier. Nether Limitless' ranking on the Divine Seal Decree was still 18 as before. If the Empyrean descendants weren't considered in the rankings, he would be at rank 15. As for the top master of the divine seal decree, that was still Xiao Moxian. After 8 months of time, her merit points had finally broken past 1 billion, and behind her, the second-ranked participants' merit points were only at 890 million. Without a doubt, Xiao Moxian was the most dazzling existence of this divine realm first martial meeting, second to none. There was no one able to approach her glory. This situation continued all the way to the 9th month. The third and final round of eliminations for the first martial meeting preliminaries was rapidly approaching. In the final several days, the slaughter became even wilder and crazier. The participants seemed to turn insane, rushing into the seas of nightmare beasts without fear of death. The hunting between participants also became rabid and savage. Everyone wished to pass these preliminaries and soar into the heavens. If one could pass the preliminaries and was a genius from a holy land, their achievements would bring great glory and pride to their sect. Once they returned, they would receive generous rewards. And if it were a wandering martial artist, there was no need to mention how they would benefit. Through these preliminaries they would enter into the eyes of the countless influences paying attention to the first martial meeting, and they would all be fought over. They would be able to enjoy many resources and their cultivation roads would become smooth and easy. However, no matter how they slaughtered, for the vast majority of them their efforts came to nothing. They were simply unable to change their fates. This was because in the last round of eliminations, the number of people being eliminated was far too terrifying. Only 1 out of every 10,000 would make it. That meant that in a great world, there would only be several thousand people remaining. From a beginning of several trillion participants in a great world, they were constantly eliminated until only several thousand people were left over. In the preliminaries, only 1 out of every billion would pass. This was an elimination rate that sent one to the brink of despair. Peng, peng, peng. In the cities, in the wild, at the moment that the preliminaries ended, countless martial artists in the divine dream world exploded into motes of starlight that faded away. In the various great worlds of the divine realm, there were some smaller cities that didn't have a single passing participant. No one managed to qualify past the preliminaries. Only in the largest cities of these great worlds would one find a good number of martial artists that had passed. For a first-order world like Vast Universe World, because of the pure number of participants, there were nearly 10,000 martial artists that had passed. But as for third-order worlds like Atlas World and Crimson Light World, they only had 1,000 to 2,000 martial artists passing. Even for peak holy lands like the ancient Phoenix clan and the ancient Dragon clan, they only had single digits of disciples that passed the preliminaries. This was considered quite a good result. There were many lower-level holy lands that had to bow their heads in shame. Whoosh! After Yang Little Moon passed the preliminaries, she was shot out from the divine dream world. Her final ranking was 96th of Crimson Light World. She had just managed to enter the top 100 rankings of a great world. However, Yang Little Moon was still dissatisfied with this ranking. "Haha, Little Moon, you've come out, good job." Violent Stone walked up to receive her, his face full of smiles. Yang Little Moon froze for a moment. This highest elder was always very strict towards her and had very high requirements. How come his mood was so good today? Chapter 1225, Fated Encounter. Chapter 1225, Fated Encounter. Honorable Master. Yang Little Moon bowed towards Violent Stone. During the period of time after Lin Ming left the ancient Phoenix clan, Yang Little Moon had officially taken Violent Stone as her master. Violent Stone guffawed. "Good. You've done a good job. Xiao Ping, well, he also did good." Xiao Ping was once the #1 disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, but now he was overshadowed by Yang Little Moon. During the preliminaries, Xiao Ping had only achieved around rank 150 in his great world, a much worse result than Yang Little Moon. "I thank Highest Elder for the generous praise." Xiao Ping ruefully smiled, a strange taste in his heart. To be beaten by a young girl who was 8 or 9 years younger and also had a lower cultivation than him, to him that was a great loss of face. "All right, clean yourselves up and prepare to go to the semifinals." Our ancient Phoenix clan will have 4 disciples entering the semifinals this time. It's truly a good harvest. 4 disciples. Yang Little Moon and Xiao Ping were both startled. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, they helped each other in the divine dream world and also had a general understanding of all the other disciples' merit points and were thus able to guess just who was capable of passing the preliminaries and who wasn't. This time, there should have only been 3 disciples that passed. Besides Yang Little Moon and Xiao Ping, there was also a core disciple that was ranked around 1800 of a great world. He just barely managed to pass. Then just who was the 4th person? Violent Stone already expected that Yang Little Moon and Xiao Ping would ask this. He mysteriously said, "You two should also be able to guess who this 4th person is. Is it senior apprentice brother Lin Ming?" Yang Little Moon suddenly recalled that several years ago, Lin Ming had left the ancient Phoenix clan to go out adventuring. Considering the time that passed so far, he should have managed to reach the early or middle Divine Sea realm by now. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally wouldn't miss such a grand event. "Yes, it's exactly Lin Ming," Violent Stone said, happily stroking his beard. He couldn't conceal his wide grin. Yang Little Moon suddenly realized just why Violent Stone was in such a good mood. So the reason must have been because Lin Ming also joined the first martial meeting. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally would bring honor to the ancient Phoenix clan. As Yang Little Moon thought of Lin Ming, a strange color washed over her face. Towards Lin Ming, she felt something that she couldn't yet explain. "Our senior apprentice brother Lin's results much better than ours?" Yang Little Moon asked. "Haha, Lin Ming gave us all a pleasant surprise. At his highest ranking, he managed to kill his way into the top 1000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree and became first ranked in the true martial great world. But afterwards, that brat was just too lazy, far too lazy, and because of that his ranking fell. He finally ended as 4th place on the true martial great world, but he still managed to keep in the top 10,000 rankings of the divine realm. Even though Yang Little Moon and Xiao Ping were already prepared, they still sucked in a cold breath upon hearing this. To become the first-ranked martial artist of the true martial great world. And the true martial great world was also a second-order word. This result was simply too freakish. Senior apprentice brother Lin, he really, Yang Little Moon sighed. For all these years, she didn't dare to laze around for even half a minute. Moreover, she had displayed the power and potential of her bloodline to the limit. She had hoped that she would be able to slowly overtake Lin Ming's footsteps, or even if she couldn't she would still be able to see his back. But now, she realized that the difference between them was only becoming increasingly wide. As for Xiao Ping, his mouth dropped open again and again, at a complete loss for words. He felt incomparable envy and jealousy simmering in his heart. He suspected that during their trip into the god-beast mystic realm, perhaps the supreme dragon bone had been stolen away by Lin Ming. When the supreme dragon bone had suddenly vanished, no one knew just where Lin Ming was. He had thought that Lin Ming had died, but in the end Lin Ming had also been transmitted out of the god-beast mystic realm. Because Lin Ming's cultivation was just far too low at the time and his strength also wasn't worth mentioning, Xiao Ping hadn't been suspicious of him. But with things as they were now, Xiao Ping felt doubtful of his past judgment. There was likely some heaven-defying secret on that boy's body. But now, even if he was 100% sure that Lin Ming had taken the supreme dragon bone, there wasn't anything he could do about it. With Lin Ming's current status, let alone taking back that supreme dragon bone, the ancient Phoenix clan might instead bestow several drops of Phoenix blood essence to her. That was Phoenix blood essence. This was something that Xiao Ping yearned for in his every dream. For his entire life, without some massive lucky chance, there wasn't any way he would ever obtain even a single drop. Where will the semifinals be held? What are the rules? Yang Little Moon asked Violent Stone. In the preliminaries, the elimination rate had reached a despairing percentage. Only 1 out of every billion participants had managed to make it through. Even so, the original number of participating martial artists in this first martial meeting was far too great. Although the elimination rate was astoundingly high, there were still around 10 million martial artists throughout the entire divine realm that had made it through the preliminaries. It wouldn't be easy to screen out these people at all. Violent Stone said, "The rules have already been passed out. Out of the 3,000 great worlds, every 100 great worlds will be divided into a group, and that group will compete in a small world. In every group of 100 great worlds, there are many participants from first-order worlds and second-order worlds. Every group will have over 300,000 participants, but only 300 people will make it out of every group in the semifinals." Only 300 people? Xiaoping's mouth fell open again. This elimination ratio was far too exaggerated. In 100 great worlds, in which many first-order and second-order worlds were included, only 300 people would make it through. This meant that if one wished to make it through, they would need to be one of the top 3 ranked masters of a great world. And, since their Crimson Light world was a third-order world, the top 3 ranked masters were a bit less worthy than the top 3 masters of other great worlds. In order to pass, one would need to be in the top 2 rankings or perhaps even the number 1 ranking. In other words, no matter how hard he and Yang Little Moon tried, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. Their journey here would both end in the semifinals. To bid farewell to the grand stage of the first martial meeting like this, Xiaoping felt a bit melancholic. Although he knew that powerhouses existed all over the divine realm like clouds and he simply wasn't worthy of mentioning, Xiaoping always held a faint hope close to his heart that he would be able to amaze the world with a magnificent feat, but now, he wouldn't even be able to pass the semifinals. Not just that, but he would fall far short. Yang Little Moon was also well aware that she wouldn't pass the semifinals, and this was a completely hopeless wish. That meant that in the entire ancient Phoenix clan, only Lin Ming had a chance of passing. She asked, "What is the competition method like?" "No idea." Violent Stone responded, shaking his head. "Lin Ming is at the true martial great world. That great world isn't too far from ours. We should be able to run into him during the semifinals." "Is that so?" Yang Little Moon took a deep breath, not sure of what she was feeling. "Lin Ming, so many years have passed, what are you like now?" At this time, the true martial great world, the martial field of the first martial meeting preliminaries. Who? Lin Ming's soul form was ejected from the divine dream world. Consciousness was restored to his body. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could see that for 10 miles around him, there were fellow participants scattered all over who had passed the preliminaries just like him. At the start of the first martial meeting, when everyone first entered the divine dream world, this entire field had been occupied by martial artists. The surrounding area for miles had been tightly packed with participants. But now, the participants remaining were all scattered around loosely. Lin Ming. At the moment Lin Ming regained consciousness, a warm and familiar voice resounded in his mind. This voice came from Mo Eversnow. "Miss Mo." With a thought, Lin Ming's mind entered the magic cube space. Here, he saw Mo Eversnow as well as Fishy. Fishy was currently sleeping. This little girl's appetite was becoming increasingly large, to a ridiculous rate. Lin Ming had left 8 to 9 million violet sunstones in the magic cube space, but most of them had been eaten up by her already. The current Lin Ming could be described as a broke man cleaned out of all wealth. After buying the Boundless World pill, the leftover change had been nearly entirely eaten up by Fishy. Not just that, but he still owed a debt of 6 trillion. As Lin Ming thought of this debt, he fell somewhat silent. After Lin Ming entered the magic cube space, Fishy seemed to sense him and suddenly woke up. She rubbed her large and sleepy eyes. After seeing Lin Ming, she perked up and excitedly smiled. "Big brother Lin Ming." "Fishy." Lin Ming held Fish's hands. Although her real age was unknown, she had the appearance of a little 11 to 12-year-old girl. In Lin Ming's eyes she was a cute little child. For these 9 months, Fishy had basically eaten and slept again and again. She had been living a fun and carefree life. "We have to immediately go to the semifinals. It seems that the semifinals won't be held in the divine dream world. We'll have to ride a spirit ship to a designated location," Lin Ming said. Then, his thoughts suddenly stirred. "Oh, there's a message." His consciousness left the magic cube space just as the flames of a sound-transmitting talisman lit up right in front of him. This was information sent from immemorial Imperial City's River Feather. When Lin Ming had first bought the Boundless World pill, River Feather had lent Lin Ming 100 billion violet stun stones even though he didn't completely understand his situation. Although this didn't seem like much, Lin Ming had indeed made good use of River Feather's loan. Lin Ming held a very good impression towards him. "Brother Lin, congratulations." River Feather used a sound-transmitting talisman to determine Lin Ming's position and then rushed to catch up. As he was shouting out from afar, his voice could be described as filled with joy and delight. Lin Ming's results had far surpassed anything he had hoped for. Even the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were inferior to Lin Ming. River Feather realized that he had truly stumbled into a great person this time. As long as he could continue solidifying his relationship with Lin Ming, his status in his family would rise straight up into the skies. "Brother Lin, the name list of those competing in the semifinals has been passed out. I've already bought a jade slip. Come, take a look." As River Feather spoke, he offered up a jade slip. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept his sense through it. This jade slip listed 100 great worlds of the Divine Realm. These Divine Realm great worlds came in varying sizes. The larger ones had over 10,000 participants and the smaller ones had 1,000 to 2,000 participants. There were over 3 million participants in total. The name of the Crimson Light World caught Lin Ming's attention. This was where the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters were located. Just as he was about to search for the ancient Phoenix clan for any familiar names, he suddenly felt a disturbance in his spiritual sea. Mo Eversnow's consciousness was intensely fluctuating. "Miss Mo, is something wrong?" Lin Ming was slightly stunned. In his mind, Mo Eversnow was someone that was always calm, neither happy nor angry. She rarely lost her composure. Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes faintly trembling. After some time, she opened her eyes once more, an icy cold light flashing within them. She slowly said, enunciating every word, "Tian Ming's descendant is inside." Millimeter? Lin Ming was shocked. Tian Mingzi. This was a name that he had heard many times before. But today was his first time actually coming into contact with it. Tian Ming's descendant. Who knew that Tian Ming's descendant would actually be in the semifinals too? This could truly be called a fated encounter. Chapter 1226, Lin Ming, Dragon Fang. Chapter 1226, Lin Ming, Dragon Fang. Lin Ming quickly looked through the jade slip. He saw an influence that might have been founded by Tian Mingzi, the Skydark Holy Lands. Miss Mo is speaking about the Skydark Holy Lands. Yes, I am speaking of the Skydark Holy Lands. Tian Ming's original surname was Nether, and the influence he originally founded was called the Netherworld Holy Lands. Afterwards, he changed the name to the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless is Tian Ming's descendant. Mo Eversnow coldly said. Having her sect exterminated, having her mortal body destroyed, having her soul sent into a deep slumber for 50,000 years, having all of her remaining family members separated, having her countless followers killed off, this hatred, this animus, this grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. The two of them would never be able to live under the same heaven. Mo Eversnow wished to tear Tian Mingzi to pieces with her own hands, char his bones to ashes, and torture his soul for eternity. I understand. Lin Ming looked at Nether Limitless ranking. Divine Seal Decree ranked 18. To be ranked 18th in the entire Divine Realm, this was truly an extremely exaggerated result. You must defeat him in these semifinals. If we cannot even defeat Tian Ming's descendant, then it will be stupid to continue discussing killing Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow said that if Tian Mingzi was young and joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, his results would be no worse than those of an Empyrean descendant. I will. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, the skies above Lin Ming suddenly twisted, forming space ripples. Then, a massive spirit ship came zooming out of these space ripples, its massive body casting a shadow over the entire horizon. This spirit ship was dozens of miles long and 10 miles wide. The entire spirit ship exuded powerful fluctuations of energy. It was clearly a spirit artifact. The spirit ship steadily came to a stop. A middle-aged man in white clothes shot out from the spirit ship and floated high in the air. This person was 7 feet tall. As he stood in the air, faint halos of light formed behind him. His every action and movement seemed to spur fluctuations of laws. This person is. Lin Ming looked up. All the participants who had passed the preliminaries also looked towards this person. Everyone. The white-clothed man began to speak, his voice loud and sonorous, easily spreading over 1,000 miles. Everyone in this range was able to clearly hear him. I am the 76th disciple of vast universe heavenly palace. Under the bidding of elder senior apprentice brother, I have come to pick you up and bring you to Grave Moonstar. That is also where the semifinals will be held. This journey will last for 3 months. All of you may prepare and then we shall leave. With the white-clothed man's words, everyone was secretly shocked. An Empyrean-level influence had countless disciples. However, if there was a disciple that had their own ranking, then that could only be a direct disciple of an Empyrean. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years, and thus they would take several hundred direct disciples over the years. On average, they would take in a disciple every few 100,000 years. Of these people, the most amazing of them would become half-step Empyreans and the others would become Great World Kings or Ordinary World Kings. Of course, there would occasionally be a peak monstrous genius that would become another Empyrean. In recorded history, there were records of Empyrean-level influences that had 2 Empyreans. The power of these influences reached a terrifying degree, and this white-clothed man in front of everyone was an ordinary World King powerhouse. A World King was actually sent to come pick us up. Lin Ming was a bit stunned. This was a tad too grandiose and luxurious. With 30 semi-final areas, that meant there were at least 30 World Kings that were sent out. Mo Eversnow spoke up from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This person is only a wisp of an incarnation. A top powerhouse can form myriad incarnations with a thought to handle multiple matters. I see. Lin Ming was filled with praise. This white-clothed person's incarnation was far too lifelike. He couldn't even figure out how it was different from that person's true self. Lin Ming didn't have matters he needed to finish. He directly flew onto the spirit ship. Within the spirit ship there were many different dimensions. There were lush grasslands, vibrant forests, fields with spring flowers, and much more, everything filled with vitality. Dozens of beautiful women were already waiting on the spirit ship. They were responsible for leading the many participants to their own rooms. Every individual had their own roomy independent dimensional space that they could rest in. As Lin Ming arrived at his resting area, he felt that this place was the perfect cave dwelling. There was a special cultivation room, there was a martial field to practice on, there was an alchemy room, a refining room, and even a medicine garden filled with spirit herbs that were all free to use. Just the heaven and earth origin energy in this spirit ship is better than the best cultivation area of an ordinary holy land. It's about the same as the best training rooms at Imperial City Auction House. Lin Ming said with wonder. This was only a spirit ship and its main use was to shuttle martial artists around. If this were vast universe heavenly palace instead, then the conditions that one could cultivate in would truly be unimaginable. This was the background of an Empyrean-level influence. Mo Eversnow said, this spirit ship itself is a high-grade spirit artifact. It is equipped with array formations that are specialized to gather heaven and earth origin energy. The value of this entire spirit ship is similar to Carefree Island's Carefree Palace. A spirit ship used to pick up and shuttle martial artists was actually comparable to Carefree Palace, the spirit artifact that Carefree Island used to stabilize its own destiny. From this alone one could infer the difference between an Empyrean-level influence and an 8th-grade sect. Young hero Lin, if there is anything that you desire to eat then please select it on a jade slip and place it in the transmission array. We will immediately send you anything you wish. The young woman that guided Lin Ming respectfully said as she pointed to a table. Lin Ming glanced over to see that there were 10 jade slips set on the table. He casually picked up a jade slip and looked through it. Recorded on this jade slip were several hundred different types of dishes and drinks, all of varying styles. With 10 jade slips, there were thousands upon thousands of different types of food. These dishes and drinks were all cooked with various heavenly materials, spirit lingji, and spirit herbs. They were all truly worthy of being called top-class delicacies. Although the materials weren't as precious as dragon bones and phoenix marrow, it was still food that would cause geniuses of holy lands to feel pain in eating. Even so, these were only ordinary meals provided to participants of the semifinals. Lin Ming picked up an empty white jade slip and randomly selected some dishes and recorded them on it. Then, he placed it on the transmission array. Before even an incense stick of time had passed, a box reappeared, wrapped in jade petals. After opening it, the thick and fragrant smell of medicines and food mixed together wafted up to his nostrils. "Smells delicious," Lin Ming acclaimed. He bluntly took out the food and set it down. But, just as he was about to eat it, his thoughts suddenly stirred. He placed down his chopsticks and walked out of his own cave dwelling. He could see that standing just outside the entrance of the cave dwelling was a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was handsome and thin. His eyes were dark and bright and he had short hair, neatly trimmed, that hung down to his ears. His skin was amazingly pale and one could even make out the blue veins that crawled beneath his skin. His hands were covered with bandages and the bandages were even wet with blood. He wore a strangely shaped ring on his hand. By just standing there, this youth was like a treasure sword sheathed in its scabbard, sharp but restrained. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He instantly recalled a name. In the entire true martial great world, only this person should be able to give him such a deep feeling. Dragon Fang? Lin Ming. The two young men nearly spoke out at the same time. Then, they both laughed at the same time, their eyes shining with a blazing fighting intent. This was a feeling that only occurred when two peerless heroes of an era encountered each other. While they longed to defeat the other, they also clearly understood each other. "It's a pity that I couldn't meet you during the preliminaries. I wanted to duel you but you didn't emerge often to hunt. I missed you the several times that you were out, and when the third round of eliminations began I had already left true martial world," Dragon Fang said. "Same here. Your whereabouts were mysterious and unknown so I never managed to run into you." The both of them were peak geniuses of their generation and they both also regarded the heat of battle as one of the most important aspects of their lives. To be rivals of the same age in the same era, only a battle between such top geniuses could cause one's blood to boil with excitement. "Our battle will come sooner or later. I feel that you didn't display your true strength in the preliminaries. You should be an interesting opponent," Dragon Fang said as he looked into Lin Ming's eyes. "That makes two of us." Lin Ming faintly smiled. Facing Dragon Fang, he could clearly feel the great strength of this young man. This feeling did not come from reading the other person's cultivation, foundation, laws, and judging their comprehensive strength. Rather, it was a feeling completely based on one's intuition. This was the intuition Lin Ming had developed from engaging in countless battles and defeating innumerable peak talents of his level. "I will wait for you. As will I." As Lin Ming rode the spirit ship to Grave Moonstar, in the Good Fortune Great World, the Unbroken Cult was preparing for their own journey. The strongest disciple of the Unbroken Cult, Yu Yuming, had finally ended his adventure in the first martial meeting. His final result was far from being able to pass the preliminaries, thus he was eliminated. At this time, people from the Unbroken Cult had boarded a spirit ship and were preparing to go to Grave Moonstar. The cult master, who hadn't even come out to watch the first martial meeting, specifically left seclusion in the Unbroken Cult and planned to meet them midway. This lineup was the grandest and most dignified gesture that the Unbroken Cult made to pay a visit to someone. At this time, within the spirit ship, Yu Yuming was looking at Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan, a strange look on his face. He found it impossible to believe that their husband had actually managed to reach the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree and ranked first on the true martial great world. It had to be known that Yu Yuming's final ranking was less than 200,000 on the Good Fortune Great World. In the third round of eliminations, he had been one of the weak martial artists that simply wasn't able to survive at all. He had been brutalized and killed by the nightmare beasts countless times. Only by personally experiencing the third round of the first martial meeting preliminaries was he able to understand just how abnormal and monstrous the peak participants were. In Yu Yoming's eyes, they weren't even human. Once, he had been chased from heaven to hell by 20-some nightmare beasts. Any one of these nightmare beasts could have killed dozens of him. However, they weren't good in speed, and thus he had been able to temporarily preserve his life. And after he had been fleeing for a quarter hour, he ran into a martial artist. This martial artist only used a single sword strike to cut down all of those 20-some nightmare beasts. Afterwards, Yu Yuming learned that the martial artist who did this was ranked around 70 on the Good Fortune Great World. A 70-some place ranking to the first place ranking. Just what sort of disparity was that? Yu Yuming felt that the difference between him and Lin Ming had reached an unimaginable degree. He even doubted whether or not the husband of these two women was truly Lin Ming, who had once been ranked first on the true martial great world. Perhaps there might have been a mistake. Chapter 1227, Creating Techniques, Virtual Fire. Chapter 1227, Creating Techniques, Virtual Fire. You think that there's been a mistake? The Great Elder asked Yu Yuming. Yu Yuming had quietly voiced his suspicions to the Great Elder. He was afraid that Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan might have made a mistake. Yu Yuming said, I am not questioning the character of those two junior apprentice sisters. I know that in such an important matter, there is no way that they would lie about such things because there isn't an advantage for them in doing so. But, what I'm worried about is that there might be some people in the ancient Phoenix clan with a similar name to their husband. I checked before and know that there are 100 billion clansmen in the ancient Phoenix clan. In these 100 billion clansmen, it wouldn't be strange if there were several thousand people with the name Lin Ming. The Great Elder was a bit startled. Indeed, this was a possibility. When Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had described their husband, the age they listed was just 1 or 2 years off from the Lin Ming described on the Divine Seal Decree. However, geniuses often entered time enchantments, causing their physical age to be higher than what it was in reality. This was a very common matter. Afterwards, Lin Ming's ranking had dramatically risen, to a ridiculous point where he even became rank 1 of a great world. The Great Elder, along with everyone else, was still feeling the aftershocks of this event, and thus he had forgotten to consider matters like what Yu Yuming had just said. The Great Elder said, there is indeed a chance that there are people with similar names, but there is also a possibility that he is also the husband of those two girls. In their opinion, their husband was an extraordinary existence in the lower realms. Yu Yuming said, there isn't much meaning in being outstanding in the lower realms. I entered the first martial meeting myself, so I understand just how terrifying those characters are that have the ability to pass the preliminaries. Moreover, it's a bit too exaggerated for their specific Lin Ming to obtain first rank on a great world. To be honest, even I can't believe that a martial artist from the lower realms, what we often refer to as savages, can achieve such heights. If we find this powerhouse called Lin Ming and finally discover that we have made a mistake, then that would be far too embarrassing for all of us. Yu Yuming clearly stated his worries. The Great Elder thought about it some more. If they were to randomly approach a top genius with 2 wives that had popped out of nowhere, and also say that they had traveled countless trillions of miles in space to reunite them, and they finally ended up being wrong, the Great Elder's complexion instantly turned ugly. Wouldn't that be a speechless scene? If that Lin Ming's temperament wasn't good or his true wife was present, then it would be difficult to withdraw. Moreover, most geniuses place their entire hearts in chasing after the peak of martial arts. Towards women, they might not feel much familial love. There are many martial artists that after reaching the divine realm, suddenly feel much paler relations to their families they left in the lower realms. Yu Yuming slowly said. This didn't mean that all martial artists were callous and indifferent. But, there were many extreme geniuses, even if they only ever managed to reach the Holy Lord boundary, that would live for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 years. During such a long period of time, their wives and families would have already died. In their long, long lives, these wives and families would only account for a tiny portion of their experiences. This was especially true for families they founded in the lower realms, especially after countless generations had passed by. For instance, tens of thousands of years ago, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had wanted to enter a final life or death closed-door seclusion. In order to resolve the worries and obsessions in his heart, he had gone back to the lower realms to see the divine kingdom he had founded. But upon his return, he discovered that the divine kingdom he founded so long ago had actually been destroyed. Thus, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had left behind the 72 sorcerer pagodas as a lucky chance for his future descendants, finishing all his karmic ties. Yu Yuming spoke out this second worry. The great elder frowned for a moment before saying, "No matter what it is, we have to go and verify the situation first. Moreover, go to those two ladies and tell them about your doubts so that they can be prepared. If there really was an accident, we don't want to provoke that powerhouse. Well, whatever, I'll go and personally speak to them myself." Millimeter. Yu Yuming nodded. The great elder immediately found Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan together. He tactfully shared his own speculations and worries. Although he was speaking in a very respectful and roundabout tone, how could Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan not know what he was trying to say? The two young women instantly felt a drop in their own confidence. They didn't worry that Lin Ming's feelings towards them would fade. Rather, they were worried that the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't actually their husband. No matter how confident they were in him, to achieve first rank on a great world was simply far too exaggerated an achievement. In these days they also gained some understandings of the various levels of influences throughout the divine realm. In the past, Lin Ming had been received by a high-level figure from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's palaces. But, the core forces of the ancient Phoenix clan were located at their headquarters. Randomly selecting any of the 72 branch palaces, each one was equal to a peak 8th grade sect, similar to Carefree Island. Still, they were a little worse than a true Holy Land. Even if Lin Ming was the most outstanding disciple of that branch palace, the gap was still far too great from becoming first rank of a great world. Generally speaking, only the number one top talent of a great world king Holy Land would be the first-ranked participant of a great world. The great elder comforted them, saying, "Miss Mu, Miss Qin, I'm not saying that I suspect you, I merely hope that you too are psychologically prepared for any event. But, two misses, please feel relieved. Even if the situation is not what we thought it was, I will still fulfill my promise and lead you two to Grave Moonstar." Although the hope wasn't too great, the great elder still had to form good relations with these two young women. This sort of graciousness was much more important than helping them after confirming Lin Ming's identity. I thank you, great elder." Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, her voice filled with worry. If the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't their husband, then they would once again be far from being able to meet Lin Ming. Time quickly passed. 1 month, 2 months. Lin Ming rode the spirit ship, constantly shuttling through the endless void. Their destination was Grave Moonstar, a small world. This small world was one of the countless small worlds located between the boundless gaps that existed between the great worlds of the divine realm. The diameter of Grave Moonstar was only a billionth of the size of the true martial great world. During this travel period, besides the time when Lin Ming saw Dragon Fang at the start, he had spent the rest of his time in training. As he was enlightening himself from the elementary spirit source that he had swallowed in the divine dream realm, he had obtained further comprehension of the laws. For the current Lin Ming, if he wanted to perceive the laws, he didn't need law jade slips or the collected concept jade slips of the ancient Phoenix clan. Not even totem stones left behind by characters like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven would be very useful to him. This was because Lin Ming's own body was the best totem stone. His flesh, his blood, his organs, his bones, and even his soul were engraved with countless law runes. These law runes were absorbed from the heavenly tribulation that he experienced as he was crossing his 9x9 life destruction. The 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, the 9x9 life destruction, that had been an extremely great lucky chance that not even an Empyrean descendant had the fortune of experiencing. Because Lin Ming had the magic cube and also experienced so many other lucky chances, only then was he able to experience a 9x9 life destruction and 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. He could be called the only one in the entire divine realm to do so. With these laws, As long as Lin Ming closed up in seclusion, he would be able to slowly comprehend them. Moreover, because these laws had fused into his body, he was able to comprehend them with twice the results and half the effort. Not just that, but these laws were naturally formed from the heaven and earth origin energy of the universe. They were completely flawless and without limitation. Everything he comprehended was the highest distilled essence of the laws. Thus, the laws he comprehended were far superior to what others comprehended from things like totem stones. During Lin Ming's period in the divine dream space, because his soul force had greatly increased and he had also absorbed elementary spirit source, his speed of comprehending the laws had reached an incomparably terrifying degree. In terms of perception only, Lin Ming could absolutely be listed amongst the highest standards of all geniuses in the divine realm. The fire laws, 5th level concept. This is the 5th level concept of the fire laws. Of the concepts of the 5 elements, all of them shared the same 4th level concept, the concept of manifestation. This was to have elemental origin energy possess its own spirituality. With this, the power of elemental origin energy would be enhanced by several times. As for the 5th level concept, that was a completely new boundary. The first 4 levels were considered the foundation, and the difficulty of the 5th level would rise by a dramatic amount. To comprehend a 5th level concept was extremely difficult. And currently, Lin Ming had finally touched upon it. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In his pure black pupils, a flame flashed. This was not an illusion, but true fire. The 5th level concept of the fire laws, virtual fire. Fire included not just the burning flames of the real world, but also the flames of anger, blazing hatred, simmering jealousy, erupting rage. All of these fires were virtual fire. Once virtual fire was burnt, it was extremely terrifying. If a martial artist used the concept of fire to burn their virtual fire and fuse it into true fire, then once those two types of fire fused together, the lethality would soar to yet another level. If one was struck by the concept of virtual fire, their mood would come under its influence. At this time, if their will became unstable and they lost their temper, the power of this virtual fire would only increase and they would find it almost impossible to withstand. In the end, this virtual fire would burn them out from within, even scorching their soul to ashes. A union of real and unreal, the boundary of virtual fire. Lin Ming thought out loud. The phoenix blood spear jumped into his hands as if it had a soul of its own. In that instant, his body began to burn with flickering flames, and the color of these flames was purple. This was fire that had burst out from his heart. There were even flames burning in his eyes. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. All of the flames around his body converged onto the phoenix blood spear. At that time, the entire phoenix blood spear began to flow with a red and purple light. Red was real life, purple was virtual fire. With the abstract and reality joined together, this simple spear didn't cause any spatial fluctuations nor did it cause violent explosions of origin energy. To the common eye it didn't seem special at all. But, Lin Ming knew that if this spear were to pierce someone, then those with a weaker cultivation would be burnt by real flames from the outside even as virtual fire exploded from within them. The flames would echo from within and without, instantly burning all to ashes. A wonderful technique. Mo Eversnow's voice resounded from within Lin Ming's mind. During these days, Mo Eversnow had also been perceiving the laws. She had been perceiving the incomplete bone shard that Lin Ming had bought from immemorial Imperial City. During this time, she had comprehended many valuable things from it. This attack is cunning and difficult to guard against. If one is not careful, it will be easy to suffer a loss. Mo Eversnow said. Lin Ming nodded. In these years, he had created a number of moves. But, as his boundary continued to rise, he began to use his old moves less and less because of their lack of power. This move was something he created after comprehending the 5th level concept of the fire laws. It symbolized a new beginning for him. Lin Ming said, since this is an attack created from the concept of virtual fire, let's call it virtual disintegration. Chapter 1228, Divine Seal Altar. Chapter 1228, Divine Seal Altar. We will soon arrive at Grave Moon Star. All participants, Please tidy up your belongings and prepare to depart the spirit ship. 10 days from now, the semifinals will officially begin. After 3 months passed, an indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire spirit ship. All the participants of the true martial great world had finally arrived at the location of the first martial meeting semifinals. We've finally arrived. Lin Ming stood atop the deck. From atop the vast and endless starry skies, he could make out the sky-blue planet beneath him. This planet was 100 million miles in diameter and 70% of the surface was water. This was one of Empyrean vast universe's private planets. Although the planet was vibrant and filled with life, there wasn't a single human present on it. It had always been in an idling state, but now it was being used as one of the 30 locations where the first martial meeting semifinals would be held. The spirit ship passed through this last distance of space and descended directly onto Gravemoon Star. All participants, please depart the spirit ship. The semifinals will begin 10 days from now. The unfeeling voice resounded out once more. As Lin Ming flew down from the spirit ship, he saw that there were dozens of spirit ships parked high in the skies. The participants of over 100 great worlds were gathered at Gravemoon Star. Every great world had an envoy and a spirit ship that was specifically sent to pick up the participants. Now, the many spirit ships were parked in the skies, gathered over each other like a mountain. Hundreds of thousands of disciples flew down from these spirit ships. From afar, they looked like a crowd of ants falling from the skies. 300,000 people have gathered here. I wonder just how we'll compete. Lin Ming said to himself. They clearly weren't planning on using the divine dream world, and with so many people here, wanting everyone to compete on an equal playing field would be difficult. Millimeter, what's that? Lin Ming suddenly discovered that in front of the many spirit ships, there were vast and endless plains, flat and even. On these broad plains was a massive purple and gold divine altar that extended for hundreds of thousands or even millions of feet upward. This divine altar was so great that it seemed to stretch to infinity, almost impossible to measure with the human eye. A giant spirit ship revolved around this divine altar. Although this could have been called a titanic spirit ship, in front of this divine altar, that massive spirit ship appeared the same as a tiny fly. That is far too big. Is that an altar of some sort? Lin Ming was shocked. If he compared this altar to a mountain, then this would be the grandest and largest mountain he had ever seen. This divine altar had dozens of steps. Every step was 100,000 feet high and 100,000 feet wide. Each step seemed as if it were its own separate world. And what bewildered Lin Ming the most was that on this divine altar, the heaven and earth origin energy was so thick that it turned into essence, gathering into countless bubbles that flowed into rivers of water. At the highest step of the altar, the streams of essence gathered more and more until they began falling down the steps like a waterfall. These rivers and waterfalls were all formed of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. It was an inestimable amount. This heaven and earth origin energy did not come from Gravemoon Star, but was stored within the divine altar. If all of this heaven and earth origin energy was completely converted to true essence and then used to attack, then the striking power could be imagined. In the skies, the many martial artists also discovered the magnificent and strange divine altar. Some martial artists were curious and wished to fly over and take a better look. But, before they could even get close, an indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped them. These peerless geniuses were like insects that had their wings clipped. They desperately urged all of their energy to fly away, but their speed slowly decreased until they finally fell from the skies. Luckily, these martial artists were all extremely strong and had thick shields of protective true essence, otherwise they would have been seriously wounded. What is going on here? There's a horrifying pressure coming from that divine altar. The countless proud heaven-gifted elites all looked up towards this magnificent purple-gold divine altar. This divine altar was made from some strange and unknown stone. This stone wasn't smooth, rather, it was covered with lines and seemed extremely rough, as if every inch had been violently hewed from the ground. But upon further inspection, one could see that these lines weren't random at all. Each line seemed to contain its own secrets, just like the lines on the Chaos Stones. Each step had different-looking lines. Carefully counting, From the bottom to the top, this massive divine altar had a total of 33 steps. A 33-step divine altar, symbolizing the 33-layered heavens. Upon seeing this number, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He had crossed a 33-layered heavens ninefall, and this divine altar also had 33 steps. I've heard in the myths that the heavens have 33 layers, but just what does the 33-layered heavens mean? In the Skyspill continent, it was said that there were 6 layers in heaven, and when I flew into the skies I indeed found 6 layers of heaven. The lowest level was the calm stream heavens, followed by the primal chaos heavens. Every different level had different scenery, but the Skyspill planet is merely a tiny insignificant planet amongst the billion worlds of the lower realms. Just what significance could the heavens there have in comparison to the 33-layered heavens of the divine realm? Is it some special place? Lin Ming had long been puzzled about this. There were even countless opinions concerning the 33-layered heavens, but there was no definitive viewpoint. At this time, from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Eversnow said, debates about the 33-layered heavens and just what it is have been around for a long time, and even I don't know exactly what it is. As for this divine altar in front of us, I feel that there is something a bit strange about it. The material used to refine this altar is one of the 3 wondrous stone types of the divine realm, timeless God stone. That is a material capable of forging a weapon worthy of the heavenly Tao. Millimeter? Timeless God stone? Lin Minute was a bit startled upon learning this. At this time, a great voice spread throughout the entirety of Gravemoon Star. The semifinals of the first martial meeting will be upon the grand altar you see before you, the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar is a divine instrument refined by a top Empyrean in the distant ancient era. It is said that anyone who can step onto the precipice of this altar can become a god. Those that can climb to the top of this altar could become a god. Just what kind of words were those? Out of the hundreds of thousands of participants, all who heard this were left staggering back in shock. But that divine instrument has long been lost. The divine seal altar you see in front of you was refined by my honorable master, Empyrean Vast Universe. With 100,000 years of time, he perceived the heavenly Tao and thoroughly researched the ancient divine seal altar to create his own Empyrean spirit treasure. This Empyrean spirit treasure uses a planet as its main materials. By slowly forming it over 10,000 years, it was made with timeless God stone as well as 33 types of precious heavenly materials before finally being created. The person who spoke was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th direct disciple. He was the World King Powerhouse who had sent an incarnation to pick up Lin Ming and the others to bring them to Gravemoon Star. But this time, the one on Gravemoon Star was not an incarnation but his true self. The one personally presiding over the semifinals at Gravemoon Star was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple. For a World King Powerhouse to personally preside over semifinals was a magnificent enough scene. To think that an entire planet was refined as the main form of an Empyrean spirit treasure, an Empyrean skill is truly awe-inspiring. However, from what I hear it seems that this Empyrean spirit treasure was based on the ancient divine seal altar. In other words, this divine altar is a replica, but it is also an Empyrean level spirit treasure replica. A replica is already so amazing, then how formidable would the true divine seal altar be? It's even said that whoever can reach the top of this altar can become a god. And, this name of divine seal, could the ancient divine seal altar have been refined by Empyrean divine seal? Lin Ming their-eyed. His first thought was of Empyrean divine seal. Empyrean divine seal was undoubtedly an incomparably powerful Empyrean. He was at least on the same rank as Empyrean Primordius, or, he might even surpass Empyrean Primordius. This was because Lin Ming had journeyed underneath immemorial Imperial City and encountered the ancient relic that still existed there, the ancient Elysium Seal. From there, he learned that Empyrean Divine Seal was greatly related to the world calamity 6 billion years ago. He might have even been the heroic protagonist of that era. The true Divine Seal altar is actually a divine instrument. The true Divine Seal altar likely surpasses even an Empyrean-level spirit treasure. When Lin Ming was in the eternal demon abyss and walked through the road of Emperor, he had encountered the demon emperor's remnant will. From his lips, Lin Ming learned that the reason Empyrean Primordius had created the Road of Emperor in the past was all in order to successfully refine a divine instrument. However, in the end he had failed and had even perished. As for the many secrets of the Empyreans, the Demon Emperor didn't know about any of it. From this, it could be seen that a divine instrument far surpassed an Empyrean-level spirit treasure. Otherwise, with Empyrean Primordius's skill, it shouldn't have been so difficult to refine an Empyrean spirit treasure and still finally be defeated at the end. As Lin Ming was thinking about this, the great booming voice of Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple rang out once more. I shall now announce the competition rules for the semifinals. Competition rules? All of the participating martial artists were startled and immediately pricked up their ears, respectfully listening. This was something that directly related to their results in the first martial meeting and even their future achievements afterwards. They naturally had to listen well. I am the presiding moderator of the semifinals held here. I am the 76th disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe. As for the lot of you, you may refer to me as Xiao Dao Child. The semifinals shall be held atop the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar contains the pressure of an Empyrean. Even though the vast majority of that pressure has been restrained, it will still be supremely suppressive on martial artists. In order to contend with this pressure, not only will you need a deep cultivation but you will also need determination, will, talent, all of that will be indispensable. The Divine Seal Altar is a comprehensive test that will push you to the limit in every aspect. If you cannot withstand the pressure, then let alone climbing the Divine Seal Altar, even standing tall upon it will be impossible. Moreover, with every step you advance on the Divine Seal Altar, you will need to defeat a powerful opponent. Array formations have already been prepared on the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal Altar. These array formations will produce simulation spirit bodies of varying strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to climb to the next step. If you lose all qualifications to advance. As for the last 12 steps, you will not fight spirit bodies but other participants. Only by defeating your opponent will you be able to advance to the next step. If you are defeated, you will be sent back down one step. You are allowed to be defeated 5 times. Once you are defeated for a 6th time, you will lose the qualification to advance. As Xiao Dao Child spoke, all of the present martial artists were dumbfounded. They would have to withstand a tremendous pressure just standing on the Divine Seal Altar. If they were to fight in this situation, the consumption of energy in their bodies could be imagined. The first 21 steps were much easier. One would only need to fight simulation spirit bodies formed by array formations. As for the last 12 steps, one would need to fight other geniuses. However, if a participant could reach that step, they would also be an extreme genius of their generation. That would be where the true battles took place. As for a limit of being able to be defeated 5 times, that was a measure to prevent bad luck. If one was strong enough to pass but actually ran into a ridiculous powerhouse, they wouldn't be immediately eliminated before being able to take several more steps upwards. In this competition, you may not kill your opponent. After your opponent admits defeat, you are forbidden to attack them. Finally, I wish you all the best in reaching the summit, even though the hopes of that are extremely slim. Xiao Daochild's last words aroused the rebellious fighting spirit within all the geniuses present. All of them were chosen amongst the chosen prides of heaven. If someone told them not to reach towards the top, they would climb even harder. Chapter 1229, Hard to Find Tickets. Chapter 1229, Hard to Find Tickets. Xiao Daochild actually thinks that none of us will be able to reach the top. It's like he thinks we're all worthless or something. A robed martial artist with a long sword over his shoulders said. Senior Xiao Daochild naturally has phenomenal experience. If he thinks that none of us can reach him, then perhaps the difficulty is a bit too great. Another participant said, disagreeing. His words immediately drew the ire and glares of many others. Don't judge the rest of us with your own limited standards. Our elder senior apprentice brother is the #1 ranked master of New Paradise World. Moreover, He is also the most amazing genius to appear in our new paradise Holy Lands for the last 1,000,000 years. During the preliminaries, our elder senior apprentice brother kept most of his strength in reserve and yet easily obtained first place in a great world. Although elder senior apprentice brother killed countless individuals in the preliminaries, his sword was not stained with a single drop of blood. He is called Bloodless Sword, the sword to new paradise. What the hell would you understand? Another martial artist said from behind. He was standing with others, all of them wearing the same robes. It was clear that they were all core disciples of the new paradise Holy Lands, and also junior apprentice brothers of this so-called Bloodless Sword. There was a martial artist standing amongst them that particularly stood out. That was certainly Bloodless Sword. For a great world king Holy Land, it wasn't strange if several hundred of their disciples passed the preliminaries. A 1,000,000-year genius of a great world king Holy Land. The martial artists that were speaking before froze. If this wasn't an empty boast, then that was truly amazing. If it really is a 1,000,000-year genius, then he might have a chance of becoming an ordinary world king in the future. Several martial artists all had awe in their eyes as they looked at this Bloodless Sword. A chance of becoming an ordinary world king? Bloodless Sword's eyebrows arched up. He chuckled, disdainfully saying, "A swallow will never understand the ambitions of a swan." At this time, within Grave Moonstar, of the hundreds of thousands of participants, there were countless young elites that were as equally confident as Bloodless Sword. Out of so many people, there were many who had bad luck in the preliminaries and weren't able to obtain a transmission token allowing them to travel between great worlds. Because of that, their merit points were limited. There were also some people that were deliberately hiding their strength. Now, they were all hyped up to fight. All of them wanted to rush up this divine seal altar. Geniuses were always proud and arrogant. From birth to adulthood, they had grown under the halo of being known as the top #1 talent of a great world king Holy Land. They were all confident in themselves. No one was willing to believe they were inferior to anyone else. On a black mountain peak, a black-clothed martial artist stood high against the wind, 100 miles away from the divine seal altar. His skin was pale, his pupils blood-red, and a ghostly aura exuded from his body. He was Tian Ming's descendant, Nether Limitless. No one can reach the top. How interesting. I am not afraid that I will find a challenge too difficult, only afraid that the difficulty will be too low. Grandfather, just you wait. Watch as I shock the universe, soar into the heavens and grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Nether Limitless caressed the katana in his hands. He sat back down on that black mountain peak and quickly entered a meditative state. This was how an extreme martial arts talent was different from those ordinary characters. They would never waste any time and would always be cultivating to their limit. At this time, Lin Ming was silent as he gazed on at the divine seal altar. His thoughts suddenly stirred. He turned around to look through the countless crowds of people to see a black-clothed youth floating high in the skies. This person was Dragon Fang. The two people stared at each other. Although they were separated by such a great distance, they could clearly sense the brilliant fighting intent in each other's eyes. If I can climb to the 32nd step, I wonder if there will be anyone capable of being my match. Dragon Fang's voice spread through the dozens of miles into Lin Ming's ears. If there is no opponent, I wonder just what will happen. Perhaps there might be some simulation spirit body that appears. Lin Ming smiled. In order to climb up the divine seal altar, one also had to withstand the pressure of an Empyrean. But the Empyrean pressure was only to test one's will, talent, and foundation. In order to see just how much potential a genius truly had, one had to test them in actual combat. Thus, the rules of the semifinals required that not only did one need to withstand the pressure of the divine seal altar, but in order to advance, they would also have to defeat an opponent every step of the way. But like this, the further one went, the higher the chance became that one wouldn't be able to find an opponent. If no one was able to withstand the pressure to climb up to that step, then there would be no one to fight. 10 days was a very short period of time to a martial artist. During these 10 days, nearly everyone returned to the spirit ship to close up and continue cultivating. Lin Ming was no exception either. The divine seal altar was a long-lasting war of attrition. One could not fly, They had to climb up those millions of feet with their own hands and legs, one step at a time. This meant that this competition might continue for several days. In such a battle, all participants were quietly saving their strength and adjusting themselves to their best condition. And in these 10 days, there were actually countless people converging from all over the divine realm to watch this competition. There were constantly spirit ships shuttling through space and flying towards Gravemoon Star. And at the same time, on vast universe Heavenly Palace's side, Xiao Daoji gathered together a few core disciples who were skilled in the earth laws to form an incomparably massive arena around the divine seal altar. This arena towered into the heavens, passing through the clouds. The main form of the arena was completely made from roughly hewn mountains that hadn't been smoothed at all. There were not yet seats, only general positions. Just a single mountain shelf was able to hold tens of thousands of people. Every single seating area was over 1,000 miles wide and high. In total they were able to easily hold billions of people. The admissions tickets were all sold by Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Wanting to buy one was extremely difficult. Several billions of tickets sounded like a great deal of tickets, but there were the participants of 100 divine realm great worlds gathered here. Not just that, but there were countless medium worlds, small worlds, and hidden mystic realms. Even the great worlds were only able to be sold 10 to 20 million tickets. There were tickets that had to be given to the various World King Holy Lands, the great martial arts families, the famous elders of the martial world, and also again to the relatives and friends of the participants. Thus, the number of tickets that were publicly sold in each great world came out to only 10 million or so, and third-order worlds would have several million. And in a divine realm great world there were countless people. It was simply impossible to estimate. It had to be known that even in the first martial meeting, every great world had trillions of geniuses that participated. There were countless times more people that wanted to watch the first martial meeting semifinals. Of these, the various great holy lands were the main buyers of these tickets. For instance, a colossus like the ancient dragon clan had 800 branch palaces, and each palace had their own regime of high-level figures. Moreover, the ancient dragon clan headquarters had even more masters and many more core disciples. If they wanted tickets, they would need at least several tens of thousands to ensure the high-level figures could go. But this was clearly impossible. Thus, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace placed extremely strict requirements on purchasing a ticket. Not only did one need massive amounts of wealth, but one needed status or background, or a cultivation base at least at the Holy Lord realm. There were many wealthy business owners that wished to buy a ticket but found it impossible. Moreover, once an admission ticket was sold, one had to place a spirit mark on it that would make it unsellable. Thus, being able to obtain a ticket was a symbol of both status and power. Great Elder, we cannot purchase a ticket. An unbroken cult disciple hurriedly rushed back to report. I understand. The Great Elder took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Their unbroken cult couldn't even be considered a top 8th grade sect. In the divine realm there were countless 8th grade influences. They were merely a drop in the ocean. The most splendid genius their sect had ever produced, Yu Yuming, had only been able to barely rank in the top several 100,000 ranks of a great world. In the past, it was already good if they could have a disciple that ranked in the millions. If this was their own domain, then they could rule over the land and people however they wished. But once they arrived at Gravemoon Star where countless great influences had converged, they couldn't even buy an admission ticket. If their sect had a Holy Lord realm powerhouse, then they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. It's fine. I heard that the entire semifinals will be recorded on battle array discs that they will sell later to the public. I suppose we can only wait until that time. There's no other way. Wanting to directly enter the spirit ship of the true martial great world is an even more impossible matter. As the Great Elder spoke, Mu Qianyu also felt a bit at a loss. It was simply impossible for them to see Lin Ming right now. The area of 100 miles around every great world spirit ship was a forbidden zone that no one was allowed to enter. Not even the high-level figures of the participants' various influences were an exception. But this was just how things were. With hundreds of thousands of participants, there must be tens of millions of friends and relatives. If all of these people flew back and forth between the spirit ships, then even the entrances would burst apart. That's right, if we cannot see our husband, then we can first look for the ancient Phoenix clan to directly confirm the matter. If the name on the divine seal decree is truly our husband, then it might be possible to obtain an admission ticket from the ancient Phoenix clan. Mu Chenyu gloomily sighed, her heart in chaos. The ancient Phoenix clan was a peak holy land and had many holy lord-level powerhouses, so them obtaining tickets should be easy. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan had disciples participating in the semifinals, so they should be able to obtain a higher share of admission tickets. As Mu Chenyu suggested this idea, the great elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Do you know someone from the ancient Phoenix clan? This disciple only knows one. That is a high-level palace elder who came to pick up our husband to bring him to the divine realm. She should also have come to watch the semifinals. Fairy Feng was an important figure of Phoenix Cry Palace and also the one who led Lin Ming to the divine realm and assisted in settling him into the ancient Phoenix clan. There was no reason that she shouldn't be watching the competition. Millimeter. We should be able to see a high-level figure from the ancient Phoenix clan. The great elder nodded. But beside him, Yu Yuming seemed a bit worried. He wanted to say something but eventually shook his head. Since they came to this step, it was impossible to return. They had to see this through to the end. Millimeter. Someone wishes to see me. Within the ancient Phoenix clan spirit ship, Fairy Feng was a bit startled as she obtained this message. Who is it? They've come in a party of 4. The ones that wish to see Fairy Maiden are 2 women. They claim to have once met Fairy Maiden in a lower realms world called the Sky Spill Continent. Sky Spill Continent, 2 women. Could it be? Fairy Feng's thought stirred. Quickly invite them in. Also, go to highest Elder Hua Violent Stone's hall and have Elder Hua personally come to meet them. Fairy Feng had already guessed who these 2 women were. Since Lin Ming was likely to become a world king in the future, she naturally had to treat his lower realm wives to a grand and courteous reception. Yes. The messenger disciple excused himself and left. Before long, Mu Chenyu, Qin Xingxuan, Yu Yuming, and the unbroken cult great elder entered the main hall of the ancient Phoenix clan spirit ship. There were already 3 people waiting in this main hall: Hua Violent Stone, Phoenix Cry Palace's Palace Master, and Fairy Feng. Chapter 1230. The semifinals begin. Chapter 1230. The semifinals begin. Of the 3 people from the ancient Phoenix clan, Hua Violent Stone was a peak holy lord, Phoenix Cry Palace's Palace Master was an ordinary holy lord, and Fairy Feng was a half-step holy lord. With these 3 people standing together, the unbroken cult great elder immediately felt a considerable pressure on him. He was merely a late divine lord. Compared to these 3 people, he fell far, far short. This was the background of a peak holy land. Yu Yuming was only feeling nervous. He was worried that there might have been a mistake and what would happen afterwards. But before Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan were about to bow, Fairy Feng had already stepped forwards to welcome the 2 of them. 2 misses. Please dispense with the formalities. Come, sit down. Fairy Feng waved her hand and several chairs flew into the hall. Senior Fairy Feng, the reason we came here today is, before confirming what was truly happening, Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan had been feeling constant unease. To see Lin Ming. Fairy Feng faintly smiled. Lin Ming is currently closed up in true martial Great World spirit ship. Let alone you 2, not even we can see him. Fairy Feng's words were the same as confirming that the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree was Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband. Feeling this great weight lifted from their shoulders, the 2 young women felt as if they were about to burst into tears of joy. This wasn't because Lin Ming had made such wonderful progress in the first martial meeting, but because they could finally see him. As long as the semifinals began, they could see him with their own eyes. Thinking about their reunion, Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn. As for Yu Yuming and the unbroken cult great elder, both of them violently gulped, their mouths somewhat dry. It really was their husband. The 2 of them looked at each other and were able to see the shock in the other's eyes. Joy and disbelief mixed together. The great elder certainly had matters to rejoice about. Even though there had been some doubts in his heart, he had consistently treated them two women courteously and with respect. He had indeed made the right bet this time. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Violent Stone began to heartily laugh. He looked at the two women, tracing his beard as he said, "Wonderful, wonderful. For you two to come from the lower realms, you must have experienced untold hardships and trials. Really, what a shining example of the love between husbands and wives. I see that you two cultivate the fire laws, and you also seem to have a light Phoenix clan bloodline within you. How about you two stay at my ancient Phoenix clan? I will find some experts to guide you." Violent Stone's voice was so loud and booming that it caused one's ears to tingle. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were startled for a moment before turning towards the Unbroken Cult Great Elder. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder was stunned for a moment before rapidly saying with a true essence sound transmission, "Two misses can feel free to stay at the ancient Phoenix clan. There is no need to worry about us." What a joke, for the wives of a top 1000 ranked genius of the divine realm, how could a tiny temple like their unbroken cult possibly dare to keep them? "Thank you, Senior." The two women bowed towards Violent Stone. Violent Stone generously received them. This was nearly equivalent to the ceremony of taking them on as disciples. In the future, he could also direct the cultivation of the two women. There is still another day until the semifinals begin. Because of Lin Ming, our ancient Phoenix clan has been given an extra 500 admission tickets. You two should also come and watch so you can see with your own eyes your husband's achievements. Violent Stone casually said. With 500 extra admission tickets, it was easy to spare a few. "Thank you, Senior." The two women happily thanked once more. As Yu Yuming listened from the side, he visibly gulped. He also wanted an admission ticket to watch the semifinals. To be able to watch a competition between the greatest geniuses of the divine realm would help broaden his horizons. It would be an inestimable advantage to his future achievement. Violent Stone glanced over at Yu Yuming and the Unbroken Cult Great Elder. From Mu Qianyu's questioning look just then, he was able to determine that they had some relationship with Mu Qianyu. It was likely that she and Qin Xingxuan were able to reach Grave Moonstar because of their help. Thus, he smiled and said, "You two, if you would like to watch then come along too." As the two people heard this, they were overjoyed. They quickly expressed their thanks. This was a truly generous gift. By being able to directly watch the competition, they would also been able to faintly feel the pressure of the divine seal altar and also see the law lines engraved onto every step. To them, this was a truly great lucky chance. The 10th day quickly approached. The semifinals would soon begin. On the 9th day, seats were finally carved into the massive arena. Because martial artists could fly, they directly leapt into their own seats. Otherwise, with billions of people arriving, it would be impossible for them to all fit through the gates in a reasonable time. Like this, an entire day was used to fully arrange and prepare the massive arena. Billions of people gathered together. What sort of scene was that? Looking all around, every area of the arena was bustling with vibrant crowds. From above, the endless sea of people wrapped all around without end. In the skies, the masses of people flying around were like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, those that could sit here were all honored and revered characters. These were all people who ruled over their own region and were able to control the lives of millions in their palms. Even so, all of these people were nothing more than ordinary members of an audience. There are so many people. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder sighed. It wasn't easy for him and Yu Yuming to sit here. Everyone here far surpassed them in status. And, with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's luck, they managed to grab some good seats. From this area, they could simultaneously see two sides of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was shaped like a square. There were only two sides that the participants would climb up, the east and the south. This was also the area where the audience was gathered, and there were some places in the arena where the audience members were only able to see one side. At this time, from the 100 spirit ships in the skies, 300,000 geniuses flew down. Their appearance indicated that the semifinals had finally begun. Look, the participants have come out. There are so many of them. Any of them is a peak genius, Those are the extraordinary elites of 100 Great World. This semi-final will be incomparably grand. As the numerous geniuses flew down from the sky, the entire arena was filled with terrifyingly raucous cheers. With so many people cheering together, the sound was deafening. Even the clouds were washed away. Everyone, all honored guests that have come from the divine realm's 100 great worlds as well as the countless small and medium world. At this time, from the southeast corner of the divine seal altar, a pair of beautiful women appeared. Their voices passed through a special array formation and into the entire audience. Everyone looked over. They discovered that these two beauties were actually twins. These sisters were disciples of vast universe heavenly palace. The semifinals will immediately begin. On the divine seal altar, not even holy lords are capable of flying. Thus, if one wishes to ascend the divine seal altar, they have no choice but to climb up themselves. If one defeats an opponent, they are able to ascend a step. If they lose, they must drop down a step. If they are unable to continue or are defeated 5 times, then they will be swept out from the divine seal altar. The final results will be determined by who has climbed to the highest steps. As for those that have made the same level of progress, they will be evaluated by the number of defeats they experienced. In the end, only 300 participants will pass. In the competition, no one is allowed to kill others. Once 2 people fight, no one is allowed to interfere, otherwise they will lose all qualifications to continue. 300,000 geniuses landed onto the base of the divine seal altar. The divine seal altar was 3 million feet high. Every step was equal to a 100,000-foot high cliff. Not just that, but there was an empyrean pressure that covered the entirety of the divine seal altar. If one wished to climb up, it was easier said than done. It's so high. Lin Ming looked up into the skies. He couldn't even see the top of this 100,000-foot high cliff. Atop the first step of the titanic divine seal altar, pure heaven and earth origin energy condensed into torrents that poured down in a gushing waterfall. When this waterfall fell down to the last level of the divine seal altar, it was reabsorbed and circulated again and again in perpetuity. We haven't even begun to climb up, but the pressure on us already isn't weak. Even a first-class character like Phoenix Cry Palace's Hua Yengguang wouldn't be able to withstand this. But these people currently all around me can do so with ease. Those that are able to pass the preliminaries are indeed extreme characters. Lin Ming swept his eyes over everyone, taking in the image of 300,000 geniuses gathered together. These people were the completely gathered monstrous geniuses of 100 Great World. Brother Lin. I see Brother Lin. With their sense, a martial artist was able to sweep over several 100,000 people in a short period of time. Moreover, Qin Xingxuan was incomparably familiar with Lin Ming. The first time she saw a young man dressed in blue, she only needed to see his strong back looking up at the majestic divine seal altar to tell that it was him. Mu Qianyu tightly gripped Qin Xingxuan's hand, her nose burning. After so many hardships and trials, she was finally able to see Lin Ming. So how could she not be wanting to sob with joy? She took several deep breaths, restoring her composure before she said, "Don't shout to him. Let him compete in peace. We must not divert his attention." "I know," Qin Xingxuan giddily whispered. All the participants lined up in rows as they stood underneath the divine seal altar. At this time, the voices of the twins from vast universe heavenly palace sounded out. "Everyone. The competition starts now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Just as the voices of the 2 women faded, the numerous geniuses leapt upwards, diving into those waterfalls of heaven and earth origin energy like fish through the dragon gate. The divine seal altar suppressed flying, but jumping was possible. Some participants were able to summon true essence and jump up even under the tremendous pressure enveloping them. Every jump was at least 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses passed in and out of the waterfall. Their hands grasped the rough stone walls of the divine seal altar, summoning their strength and leaping upwards again and again. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were flying upwards without pause. Even under this empyrean pressure, they can still have such a magnificent performance. The young are truly worthy of praise. Countless powerhouses from the arena seats all shouted out in acclaim. Yes, but there are some differences. Some people will soon reach the first step, but others have only crawled 30% of the way. Of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, there were several people that were soon about to reach the first step of the divine seal altar. Among these people was Nether Limitless. Within Nether Limitless' blood-red pupils, a blazing light flashed. And behind him, just 1,000 some feet underneath, was a martial artist with a long sword strapped over his back. This was the top disciple of the New Paradise Holy Land's bloodless sword. You're quite fast, but speed isn't everything here. In the end, this struggle on the divine seal altar will look at your strength. First place is already mine. As several 100,000 martial artists climbed up the steep cliffs of the divine seal altar, this sight was incomparably grand. Lin Ming's speed was not fast, but every step he took was steady. In fact, Lin Ming was not deliberately being slow. Rather, as he climbed the divine seal altar, the aura around him, the pressure, the touch and feel of the stones underneath his hands, the flow of heaven and earth origin energy, everything around him gathered together, bringing an indescribable feeling. The stone cliffs of the divine seal altar are rough, imposing, and ancient. Gripping the traces on this stone is like holding onto the endless flow of time. Lin Ming was able to inexplicably sense this in his heart. As he climbed the divine seal altar, he discovered that there were many strange concepts engraved into the step. While he wanted to stop and slowly enlighten himself on them, there simply wasn't time. These semifinals would continue for only several days. Even if Lin Ming wanted to study the divine seal altar, he wouldn't be able to learn much in this short period of time. The divine seal altar. In the legends, it is called an ancient divine instrument, an existence that even surpasses an Empyrean spirit treasure. If one can reach the precipice, they can reach divinity, thus it is called the divine seal altar. That shouldn't be empty talk. Although the divine seal altar that Empyrean vast universe made is only a replica, it still contains the concept of the ancient divine seal altar. If I could enlighten myself on this, then that would be of great benefit to me. Someday, if I am fated to encounter the true ancient divine seal altar and am able to climb to the peak of those 33 steps, I wonder just what sort of scene that would be. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. He continued his steady pace upwards, slowly feeling the concepts contained within the divine seal altar. Nether Limitless, bloodless sword, and many others were rushing upwards as fast as they could in order to be the first. And at this time, beneath them, Lin Ming was slowly making his way up as if he were savoring a cup of fresh tea. He was slowly enlightening himself on everything around him. Even if he couldn't comprehend anything, this was still broadening his state of mind. Lin Ming looked up. A small number of people were already about to reach the first step. As for Dragon Fang, he had started at the other side of the divine seal altar, so he didn't see him right now. At this time, out of the several 100,000 martial artists, someone finally leapt onto the first step of the divine seal altar. Someone has mounted the first step. The first person to mount the first step of the divine seal altar comes from the Demon Dawn Great World, Nether Limitless. At the base of the divine seal altar, the twin girls shouted out. Their voices were amplified through an array formation and spread through the entire audience. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Senior apprentice brother Nether, you can do it. As the twins called out Nether Limitless' name, a group of young people stood up and crazily cheered out loud. Without a doubt, they came from the same holy land as Nether Limitless. They were core disciples from the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless results in the preliminaries reached rank 18 on the Divine Seal Decree. He came second in the Demon Dawn Great World, second only to the top master of the Demon Dawn Great World Empyrean Demon Dawn's descendant, Xiao Moxian. As the twin girls shouted out Xiao Moxian's name, a great number of people in the audience cried out in alarm. This name cracked through everyone's ears like a bolt of thunder. From the very start of the preliminaries and even when the Divine Seal Decree had first appeared, Xiao Moxian had been ranked first. There had never been a time when anyone had surpassed her, and she had led everyone by a considerable amount. Xiao Moxian did not need to participate in the semifinals, she was able to directly pass into the finals. In fact, She didn't even need to participate in the preliminaries. The only reason she had joined was to show off, and now that she had enough limelight, she didn't have any interest in riding a spirit ship for 3 months and traveling trillions of miles to a small backwater planet like Grave Moonstar. Thus, Xiao Moxian was absent from the semifinals on Grave Moonstar. None of the participants had any objections to the Empyrean descendants being directly passed into the finals. This was simply a natural matter. Who is Nether Limitless? I didn't expect someone so fierce to appear. You idiot, he is the #1 disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands. In the future there is a great chance that he will become an ordinary world king or even a great world king. There were some martial artists that had joined the first martial meeting but had been eliminated at the end of the preliminaries, thus they weren't able to see the Divine Seal Decree and also didn't know of Nether Limitless fame. If they were participants all the way until the end of the preliminaries, they naturally wouldn't know of the Divine Seal Decree ranked 18th Master Nether Limitless. Many elders of the Skydark Holy Lands smiled as they heard these discussions. They were very satisfied in this junior disciple Limitless. Whoosh! A simulation spirit body appeared in front of Nether Limitless. This was his opponent for this step. Just as the spirit body appeared, Nether Limitless moved. Draw the sword. Attack. With this single action, many people only saw Nether Limitless' body move a bit. They didn't even see the sword point before the blade had returned to its sheath. The spirit body's neck bent and its entire body burst apart. Instant kill. Nether Limitless can now ascend to the second step. The twin girls shouted, their voices clearly spreading through the entire audience. Amazing. Is it over like that? That's too fierce. Many of the core disciples in the audience widened their eyes. Many of the famous elders were also startled. They didn't think that this semi-final was too easy, only that Nether Limitless was too abnormal. Haha, Limitless really hasn't disappointed. He's actually first so far. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos said with a smile. Vast Cosmos, as well as many other great world kings, were still sitting in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. From here they were able to simultaneously see the scene of the arenas in all 30 semifinals. At their level, what they cared about was not a single area but the performance of all the geniuses in the entire divine realm. With 30 semifinal arenas, every arena used a different method of competing. But generally speaking, every method used was as fair as possible. There would not be any geniuses that were eliminated early. Tian Mingzi smiled. He humbly said, he's only temporarily in first place. This child Limitless really likes to show off. There should be a good number of people that have yet to reveal their true strength. Haha, Brother Skydark is too modest. Who could possibly be Limitless' opponent? That's right, in the Grave Moonstar competition area, the highest ranking person is Limitless at rank 18. He is far ahead of everyone else there. Many world kings praised in abundance. Tian Mingzi smiled, not saying much in response. He looked at Nether Limitless on the Divine Seal altar and silently said, the semifinals are far from being able to capture the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Only the finals, where you will compete with Empyrean descendants, will be a grand enough stage. After Nether Limitless reached the first step, Bloodless Sword and the others also reached the first level. Their battles were clean and passed in just the blink of an eye. They were able to instantly kill the spirit bodies. This was a killing speed equal to Nether Limitless. When the opponent was too weak, it was impossible to use them to separate the differences between top masters. Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword. When Bloodless Sword instantly killed the spirit body and started to climb the Divine Seal altar a second time, all of the disciples from New Paradise Holy Land began crying out, cheering as loud as they could. There were even many young female disciples that clearly worshipped Bloodless Sword. Their cheers were especially loud. He has a lot of supporters. It's crazy enough. But this Bloodless Sword is indeed terrifying. Many martial artists were discussing amongst themselves in the audience. Yu Yuming sat between these people, his fists tightly gripped together. From any of those several 100,000 geniuses on the Divine Seal altar, any single one of them was able to give him a great mental impact. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. He could also deeply feel just how ridiculously terrifying these geniuses were. Luckily, he was able to attend this semi-final and enter this arena. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to experience these monstrous geniuses that soared into the skies. He would have been nothing but a frog in a well. As the first and second group of people began climbing to the second step of the Divine Seal altar, the third group of people, in which Lin Ming was also included, finally mounted the first step. Lin Ming has fallen a bit behind, Fairy Feng said out loud. In truth, the third group was still considered amongst the upper middle reaches of geniuses. However, Fairy Feng believed that Lin Ming should be able to do better than this. After all, he had once reached the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal decree. Of the 30 semifinal martial fields, every martial field would have between 300 to 400 people passing. Altogether, there would be around 10,000 people entering the finals. According to the previous top rankings, Lin Ming should definitely be able to pass the semifinals. Beside Fairy Feng, Hua Violent Stone traced his beard and laughed. Don't worry, the semifinals have only just begun. You should know that when mortals hold long-distance racing competitions, they will run slowly at the start until sprinting with all their strength at the end. Only by saving your strength at the start and using it at the opportune moment will one be able to obtain their best result. That is, haha, Fairy Feng chuckled as she heard this analogy. She also believed that Lin Ming's results would rapidly rise towards the end. In the preliminaries, Lin Ming's results would rise dramatically before coming to a standstill and then repeating once again. That had clearly been because Lin Ming had been saving his strength. But, the question was, just how much strength was Lin Ming saving? Is this a spirit body created by the array formations? As Lin Ming reached the first level, he immediately faced a simulation spirit body. There were many people around him who had already begun violently fighting with these spirit bodies. As Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan saw this, they felt their hearts tighten. This was Lin Ming's first battle. Although they both believed Lin Ming would win, they still found their hearts in chaos as they didn't know what would happen in the fight. Yu Yuming and the Unbroken Cult Great Elder also watched with wide eyes lest they miss anything. Lin Ming only glanced over the spirit body. His sharp eyes seemed to see through every inch of his opponent. This spirit body has a powerful energy signal, but the law fluctuations are very weak. It's simply an empty shell. It might be difficult for an ordinary Divine Sea powerhouse, but for me it isn't anything at all. Lin Ming didn't even bring out his Phoenix Blood Spear. He simply rushed towards the spirit body and brought up 2 fingers, slashing out with a brilliant spear light that pierced through its head. Pang! The spirit body exploded. This was an instant kill. This is, Yu Yuming gulped. It was over like this. Lin Ming's killing speed was the same as Nether Limitless. Too fierce. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder was left speechless. He suspected that after another dozen or so years, Lin Ming would be able to instantly kill him just like that spirit body. This was a junior. He was simply a monster. Look at that person. That person also instantly killed the simulation spirit body. With the gazes of several billion people locked onto the Divine Seal altar, many people naturally noticed Lin Ming. This sort of killing speed was no less than that of the first and second group. This semi-final truly has countless masters all around. None of them can be underestimated. Haha, do you see that? That person who instantly killed the simulation spirit body is a disciple of my ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, all of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were bursting with pride. Lin Ming was a part of their ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan itself was only a peak Holy Land level influence. Their resources were low and their inheritances were inferior to others. But they were still able to produce a top extreme genius that could overshadow the talents of a great world king Holy Land. What is pride? This is pride. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to desperately cheer out, their voices booming through the skies. Chapter 1232, Brutal Competition. Chapter 1232, Brutal Competition. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. These loud and clarion cries echoed through the cloud. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan cried out with all of their strength. How could they not be excited? In the divine realm, strength was everything. With strength, one would be respected, whether it was an individual or a sect. The weak could only bow their heads to others. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancient Phoenix clan had to marry their little princess off to the Crimson Light Holy Lands. This was because the Crimson Light Holy Lands was a great world king-level influence and their ancient Phoenix clan was only a peak Holy Land. And now, the geniuses of the Crimson Light Holy Lands had all been overshadowed by Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all proud and ecstatic with joy. This moment was the glory of their ancient Phoenix clan. Good. Shout louder. Shout harder. Shout until your shouts cover everyone else. You damned brat. It's time for you to show off. Violent Stone didn't seem like a respected elder at all. His face was flushed red as he shouted from the audience, his hands slapping his thighs. With the several billion people in the audience, there were more than just those calling out Lin Ming's name. With all of the participants competing, their friends and relatives were also competing to see who could shout louder. All of the audience members that were able to arrive at the semifinals were extraordinary geniuses of their generation. With each one flooding their voices with true essence, this was a truly terrifying scene. Even the mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles were shaking, massive boulders tumbling to the ground. This is really crazy, even I want to shout out. Fairy Fong laughed from beside Violent Stone. By being present in the arena, it was easy to catch the excitement in the air. It was a completely different feeling from watching a battle array disc. Even in the mortal worlds, when there were kickball competitions, even a small country could arouse crazy shouting, much less this first martial meeting that included the entire divine realm. Haha, if I knew this earlier I would have brought some louder disciples. They could fuse true essence into their voices until their shouts blasted through the entire audience. Violent Stone laughed out loud, his face tomato red. And not too far away, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were tightly grasping their hands together. At this time, the two women had extremely complex thoughts. On one hand, they were proud and overjoyed for Lin Ming. On the Divine Seal altar, that young man whose name was being shouted out loud by so many people was their husband. But at the same time, because of Lin Ming's rapid growth, they felt a restlessness in their hearts. They were too far away from him, nearly losing sight of his back. Our husband, he's really fierce. Qin Xingxuan whispered in a low voice. Mu Qianyu knew what Qin Xingxuan was thinking. She gently shook Qin Xingxuan's hand, reassuring her. These two young women had spent all these years together and had also overcome many hardships together. Their thoughts and sentiments were interlinked, just like sisters. At this time, Lin Ming was already beginning to climb to the second step of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming discovered that although an empyrean pressure covered the entirety of the Divine Seal altar, the pressure was lowest at the base and increased as one climbed up. This pressure fell onto them from above like an endless waterfall. If one's foundation was deep, they could sit down on the altar, taking a short break and restoring some origin energy before continuing to climb. Those that climbed up much faster would be able to slow down and restore some of their strength. The second level of the Divine Seal altar, the stone walls here have faintly different law traces than those of the first level. I wonder just what sort of different truths are contained within them. As the empyrean pressure fell down from the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming wasn't too affected. He was much more interested in observing the differences between the stone walls of every level. The Divine Realm's 33 heavens had always been a myth. Not even Mo Eversnow now knew if the 33 heavens truly existed or not. But in ancient times, there was indeed some unrivaled powerhouse that had created the Divine Seal altar, forging it into 33 levels that corresponded with the 33 heavens. As Lin Ming thought of this, he also recalled that when he crossed Ninefall, he had experienced a 9x9 life destruction and crossed 33 layered heavens. From this, he could confirm that the 33 heavens contained some sort of truth of the Great Tao. However, Lin Ming didn't know just what that was right now. Maybe, on the Divine Seal altar's 33 levels of stone walls, The different traces of laws on each level correspond to different rules of the 33 heavens? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But this sort of matter would likely only be known by an Empyrean or the artifact spirit of the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar naturally had an artifact spirit. Any spirit artifact treasure had its own artifact spirit. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had an artifact spirit that hadn't yet grown up, but as for an Empyrean spirit treasure, its artifact spirit was likely similar to some old and grizzled veteran. For instance, the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal had lived for 3.6 billion years. Its power, knowledge, and experience were hard to estimate. This artifact spirit should be watching the semifinals too. But only someone that displays a heaven-defying talent will be able to grab its attention, otherwise it wouldn't care at all. In climbing the Divine Seal Altar, Lin Ming didn't feel any joy from his own extraordinary progress. Rather, he felt that there were more and more things that he didn't understand. Empyrean Divine Dream's soul cultivation system, her exploration of Soul World, and even Empyrean Vast Universe's 33 Heavens Divine Seal Altar were all important questions and objectives to Lin Ming. Anyone that can become an Empyrean is truly a marvelous and unique character. I still have a long road ahead of me, Lin Ming suddenly thought. The Empyreans of the Divine Realm had been accumulated over a period of 100 million years. Each of them had their own mystical and singular method. At this time, more and more participants began reaching the first step of the Divine Seal Altar. These crowds of geniuses were all characters that had managed to pass the preliminaries. They were simply packs of monstrous freaks. Even so, when facing the terrifying pressure of the Divine Seal Altar, none of them were able to withstand it, and all of them were forced to slowly climb their way up. What a group of monstrous geniuses, compared to them. I am far too lacking. Yu Yuming sighed from within the audience. As he looked at these people battle the spirit bodies, he could feel that if he compared their attainments in cultivation and comprehension of laws to his own, the difference would be like the heavens and earth. And facing their opponents on the first step, none of the participants lost. After a vigorous battle, they would eventually defeat their opponent. The only difference between them was how fast they did so. All of the participants began climbing up to the second level. The second step of the Divine Seal Altar had an Empyrean pressure much stronger than that of the level before. Many people were finding it hard to withstand, and at this time, the first group had already mounted the second level of the Divine Seal Altar and were beginning to battle the spirit bodies. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless is again the first one to reach the second level of the Divine Seal Altar. He has begun to fight with the spirit body, the two twin girls shouted out. And these words, in addition to the wild cheers from the audience, were also another form of pressure on the participant. This was especially true to the participants of the last group. They had spent a great deal of effort and only just defeated the simulation spirit bodies on the first step when they heard that the leading participants had reached the second floor. That Nether Limitless and all those other people are soon about to reach the third level. How could they possibly be so fast? Some participants thought to themselves. After reaching the second level and feeling the pressure here, they realized that it was nearly an impossible task for them to withstand this pressure and still climb up the 100,000 feet. But now some people had already completed it. This was pressure. All of them felt a great pressure. Of these participants, they all had extremely strong wills and steady mentalities. Even so, they found it difficult to remain composed under the gazes of the billions of audience members, the gazes of their friends and relatives, and also the elders of their sect that had been invited to watch. All of them invited all these people so that they could show off their own abilities, but if the result was that they were in last place out of all these hundreds of thousands of participants, how could they not feel pressure? To be able to attend the semifinals was supposed to be a great honor to them all. But now, all they felt was shame and disgrace. These martial artists grit their teeth and continued forth. But after climbing only a few thousand more feet, they had reached their limit. I can't climb anymore, the pressure is becoming too great, my legs and hands feel like they are filled with lead. Can that Nether Limitless really climb to the top of the Divine Seal Altar? How could this be? From several hundred thousands of people, I am actually the worst out of all of them. A red-clothed martial artist thought to himself, finding it nearly impossible to continue resisting the pressure. His vision was blurred, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his fingers were already chafed red with blood that stained the stone walls of the divine seal altar red. But soon enough, the blood was washed away by the endless torrents of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. From my childhood to adulthood, I have always been the most outstanding existence of my sect. Even Master has said that I am the number one talent to appear in the last 10,000 years of the sect. In my sect, tens of thousands of junior apprentice brothers take me as their shining role model, and countless junior apprentice sisters idolize me, all of them hoping to marry me, even willing to wait on me as a concubine. It is also because of me that they are able to obtain enough admission tickets to watch these semifinals. They all came in the hopes that they could see me create a miracle, but the result is that I will actually be the first one eliminated. Are these 300,000 people all stronger than me? Is my so-called title as the greatest 10,000-year genius to appear in the sect nothing but a joke? How could this be possible? I won't accept this. I won't believe this. The red-clothed martial artist cried out from within his heart. But at this time, the twin girls at the base of the divine seal altar spoke out once more, their voices passing through an amplifying array formation and spreading out over the entire audience. Nether Limitless has defeated the simulation spirit body of the second step and has started to climb to the third level. Heavens, this is indeed a terrifying speed. Let us all cheer for him, and hope that he can continue fighting his way up to the very top. As the twin girls spoke out once more, their words caused the audience to surge in a frothing frenzy. Even many people that weren't from the Skydark Holy Lands began shouting out Nether Limitless' name. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Every syllable was like a steel weight smashing into the innermost feelings of the red-clothed martial artist. In comparison to Nether Limitless' endless momentum and attention, he was finding it hard to continue any further. In that moment, he wished with all of his heart that he would be the strongest powerhouse that would reach the summit. Even if he had to trade half his life for this glory, he was still willing to do so. The red-clothed martial artist cried out once more. His right hand was finally unable to withstand the tremendous pressure, and he began to slide down from the stone walls. His hand left behind 5 long traces of blood and torn meat, and his miserable screams echoed throughout the 100,000-foot-high cliff. Just as the red-clothed martial artist was about to crash into the first step of the divine seal altar, an invisible force caught him and shot him out. In some dark space within the divine seal altar, a grey-clothed old man surrounded in a dim haze shook his head. He was the one who had just rescued that red-clothed martial artist. In this great competition that covered 100 great worlds, those that had once been called geniuses were no longer geniuses here. This was the brutality of everyone that walked down the road of martial arts. And in the audience, in a certain area, a group of young girls had long been shivering with worry. There were even a few younger girls that felt their eyes turn wet as they heard the fading, unwilling cries of that red-clothed martial artist. The elder senior apprentice brother they respected from the depths of their hearts had been defeated like this. Out of the 300,000 participants, he was the first one to be eliminated. Chapter 1233, The Great Road Before Us. Chapter 1233, The Great Road Before Us. After the red-clothed martial artist was eliminated, more and more people began to fall. In fact, many people had already reached their limit. They were putting forth all of their strength and forcefully persisting because none of them wanted to be the first loser. Now that someone had already fallen and been eliminated, it was much easier to admit defeat. Thus, just a bit later, these people all began to follow in falling down from the 100,000-foot cliff. At the moment before they hit the ground, an invisible energy wrapped around them and ejected them from the divine seal altar. Soon, several hundred martial artists were eliminated. But compared to the several 100,000 martial artists competing, this was only a very small number. 99% of the martial artists were able to make it up the second step of the divine seal altar. And at this time, Lin Ming had reached the second step. The air around him distorted and a martial artist in loose yellow robes appeared in front of him. This person had blurry facial features and grasped a long sword. From their true essence fluctuations, one could sense they were at the late divine sea realm. Of course, this spirit body's strength was far more formidable than an ordinary late divine sea martial artist's. This was Lin Ming's second battle. Lin Ming's eyes were calm and serene. To him, this wasn't a challenge at all. He flicked 10 fingers and 10 spear lights shot out, piercing through 10 vital areas of the yellow-clothed martial artist. With a light ringing sound, the yellow-clothed martial artist exploded in a shower of light. The spear light had been too fast. The spirit body didn't have any time to respond. Another instant kill, 2 fears. Lin Ming hasn't even brought out his weapon yet. He's only using his fingers to lash out with spear lights, and that's more than enough to instantly kill these spirit bodies. Lin Ming is too strong. He can sweep away 99% of the Great World King Holy Land geniuses. I wonder just where his limit is. More and more people were noticing Lin Ming. And at the base of the Divine Seal altar, the twin girls also turned to Lin Ming. The third group's Lin Ming was also able to instantly kill the spirit body of the second step. Although his climbing speed isn't too quick, his combat strength is in no way weaker than that of the martial artists of the first group. Lin Ming can potentially be a great contender. He is a great dark horse. And, what is most mysterious is that his background is only a peak Holy Land, the ancient Phoenix clan. He is far from coming from a Great World King Holy Land. The twin girls' voices echoed through the entire audience. To be specifically introduced out of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, that was truly a magnificent glory. This was especially true for the ancient Phoenix clan. To be able to be mentioned in association, this sort of great honor was mostly reserved for the Great World King Holy Lands. Yet, their ancient Phoenix clan had been able to accomplish the same. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all boiling with pride. They cheered with everything they had. They cheered for Lin Ming, they cheered for the ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, the martial artists of the ancient Dragon clan, Kirin clan, and Rock clan, all felt their hearts twist with envy. They were also God-Beast clans, but the disparity was too obvious. Haha, today we have truly earned enough face. Yang Fengxian, you have done a wonderful merit in bringing Lin Ming from the lower realms, Hua Violent Stone said to Fairy Feng. Yang Fengxian was Fairy Feng's original name. Fairy Feng was merely a nickname she adopted in the past. With Hua Violent Stone's status, he was naturally able to refer to her with her full name. Fairy Feng smiled and said, "When I received Lin Ming and brought him to the Divine Realm, even I didn't imagine that he would have such results as he does now. I first saw Lin Ming at time-worn Phoenix City when he was participating in the king-level smelting trial. At that time, his talent was far from being comparable to what it is now. No one could have imagined that his future accomplishments would be so marvelous. His growth is truly mind-boggling. Indeed. I never would have expected that my Phoenix Cry Palace would be able to receive such a prodigious talent." A red-clothed old man spoke up from beside Hua Violent Stone. He was the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace, Lian Zhan. As an older palace master, Lian Zhan had been closed up in seclusion for these past years. He was hoping he could make another martial arts breakthrough before his life ended. Lian Zhan stroked his beard, a happy smile on his face. Although Lin Ming wasn't related to him in any special way, and today was also the first time he saw Lin Ming, no matter what anyone else said, Lin Ming still came from his Phoenix Cry Palace. Haha, well, regardless of how it is, Yang Fengxian, you have truly made great contributions. That's right, Lian Zhan, after another 180 years or so you should retire. Hua Violent Stone suddenly said to Lian Zhan. Lian Zhan immediately understood Hua Violent Stone's intentions. As for Fairy Feng, she felt her heart tighten. She realized just what Hua Violent Stone was implying. This caused her hands to tighten against her legs and her breaths to become shallow. Had the moment she had been waiting for finally arrived? Millimeter, that sounds right. I still have about 10,000 years of life left. Although the chances aren't too great, I want to struggle as much as I can to reach the Middle Holy Lord realm. Once I retire, I will enter my last life or death closed-door seclusion. Lian Zhan sighed. He looked towards all the geniuses on the divine seal altar. In the future, nearly all of those juniors climbing up would have greater achievements than he would ever hope to have. Even those that had already been eliminated were likely to become holy lords. But as for him, his life was already on the decline. This was an inevitable truth that caused a dim feeling in his heart. Violent Stone wasn't young. As he heard Lian Zhan's thoughts, he too felt empathy in his heart. He said, "Us martial arts cultivators must struggle with the heavens every day of our lives. Although we have power to control the world, we cannot resist the passing of time. Once our time is over, we too will turn to ashes and all of our life's cultivation will turn to nothing. No one is willing to accept this, but this is the choice that we made during our youth. We risk our lives, blazing our trail on the road of martial arts, uncovering new mysteries and new worlds. This is what drives us. Life or death closed-door seclusion is also a good choice. If you wholeheartedly devote your life to your cultivation, then you might be able to make another breakthrough." As Violent Stone mentioned the predestined death that all martial artists would meet sooner or later, even he felt a bit heavy. This was the burden of the old. Even if I make another breakthrough, I'll only be able to live out a sorry existence for several more years. Lian Zhan ruefully smiled. He was much older than Violent Stone. "Elder Hua, are you mentioning this because you wish to inquire about the next candidate to become Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace?" Lian Zhan asked without any hesitation. "Yes." Violent Stone nodded. With his position as highest elder, he indeed had the authority to decide who the successor to become Palace Master would be. However, he also had to respect Lian Zhan's opinions. Although Lian Zhan's status was much lower than his, he was still at a very high-ranking position. From this alone, he had to at least discuss this with him. "I wish to choose Yang Fengxian," Violent Stone directly stated. Even though Fairy Feng had already prepared herself for this, she still found it difficult to maintain her composure upon hearing it. She was a woman with high ambitions. Otherwise, with her origin as a humble commoner, she would never have struggled with Xiao Zheoyang, who was deeply ingrained in the politics of Phoenix Cry Palace, for the position of Palace Master successor. Once one became Palace Master, they could control all resources of a branch palace. There was no comparison in the treatment between a Palace Master and Vice Palace Master. It would be greatly beneficial to her future cultivation. However, Fairy Feng knew that her chances of succeeding were extremely slim. This was because not only did Xiao Zheoyang have the support of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families, the Xiao family, he also had the support of countless figures in Phoenix Cry Palace. Moreover, even his strength was faintly beyond her own. In this situation, it was extremely difficult for Fairy Feng to win, but she never imagined that this day would truly arrive. With Violent Stone speaking on her behalf, her success was assured. It had to be known that she herself was a half-step Holy Lord, just a bit away from stepping into the true Holy Lord realm. The difference was only a single step away. If she was cemented as the successor to become Palace Master, then the ancient Phoenix clan would naturally approve more resources for her and she would easily be able to break into the Holy Lord realm. This was because the rules of the ancient Phoenix clan stated that all Palace Masters of the 72 branch palaces needed to be at the early Holy Lord realm. Lian Zhan laughed. Fengxian is so young and yet she's already a half-step Holy Lord. She is likely to become a Holy Lord within the next 100 years. As long as she can break through into the Holy Lord realm, then with all reason Fengxian can naturally become my successor. With Elder Hua speaking for her, her position is guaranteed. It's just that. Elder Hua, Zheoyang is also a good boy. I hope that Elder Hua can find a suitable position for him. Xiao Zheoyang was an important figure of the Xiao family. Lian Zhan was intelligent, he naturally wasn't willing to offend the Xiao family. Violent Stone said, "I will also help arrange Xiao Zheoyang in a similar position." "That's right, Yang Fengxian, you can also come to the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters if you wish. If you are willing, headquarters will make sure to give you a position that is in no way inferior to Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace. This junior would like to stay at Phoenix Cry Palace." Fairy Feng didn't hesitate for long before she replied. Phoenix Cry Palace was her roots, her very foundation. She also had many disciples and supporters there, so how could she leave so easily? Moreover, becoming the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace had been a long-cherished wish of hers. She naturally couldn't give up. Good, then this matter has been decided. Yang Fengxian, you must train hard. If the deadline for succession arrives and you still haven't stepped into the Holy Lord realm, then even I won't be able to do anything. However, headquarters will support your cultivation as much as they can. Hua Violentstone's word was the same as a royal decree. Although Hua Violentstone's temper and character were well known by all, he was a trustworthy character that was good to his word. If he said something, few would doubt him. Thank you, Elder Hua. Fairy Feng said. Originally, even without the support of the sect, she still wouldn't have needed 100 years to become a holy lord. But now there definitely wasn't a problem. At this time, Fairy Feng's mood was extremely complex. She never would have thought that all of this would happen one day. When she brought Lin Ming up to the divine realm and received him as her disciple, she only thought that she was training a useful supporter. She thought that she would need to train him for 100 years before he would be of help to her. But now, just after several years, because of Lin Ming alone, she was directly recommended by a highest elder to become the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace. Destiny was truly far too marvelous. Lin Ming began climbing up to the 3rd level of the Divine Seal altar. The pace he climbed at was steady and stable, as if nothing could stop him. And at this time, the 2 twin girls at the base of the Divine Seal altar shouted out, a top 100 ranked master of the Divine Seal decree, the black-clothed youth that wields a mighty sword, the man named Fang, has now instantly struck down the spirit body of the 2nd level. There are truly far too many masters at these semifinals. Fang is the same as Lin Ming. Their climbing speed isn't too great, but their combat strength is extraordinary. The two of them are simply the exact same. Moreover, they both come from the true martial great world. What an amazing coincidence. I think that they might even be good friends, the 2 twin girls said. They alternated in speaking between words, making their words seem extremely interesting to listen to. Fang's background is also confusing, even stranger than Lin Ming's. He is a free martial artist, in other words a wandering martial artist. Heavens! A wandering martial artist? That is simply unbelievable. I guess that he should have a powerful master backing him up that doesn't wish to be known, otherwise it's simply impossible for someone to arrive at this level. Only the south and east sides of the Divine Seal altar had martial artists climbing to the top. Dragon Fang was on a different side of the Divine Seal altar, thus he and Lin Ming naturally didn't see each other. As the two of them heard the words of the twin girls, they both faintly smiled. Even though the two competed against each other, they could also clearly understand each other. The 2 twin girls were indeed correct. This Divine Realm first martial meeting was filled with countless masters all around. Even Lin Ming didn't dare to guess just how far he would be able to go. Just Dragon Fang alone was an unfathomable opponent. Moreover, behind him were several Empyrean descendants. But, the more intense the competition was, the more heated Lin Ming became. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.